Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents One Night with the Billionaire by Sarah Ballance. Narrated by Lily Drake. Chapter 1. One man's paradise was so not her reality, but it came close. Zoe Davenport stepped off the gleaming Dassault Falcon and inhaled deeply. The tarmac warmed her feet through her shoes, the sudden heat in the absence of the plane's air conditioning immediately prickling her skin. A hot tropical sea breeze whisked away the lingering scent of the buttery soft leather upholstery, a luscious preview to the crystal clear waters glimmering silently beyond a wide strip of blinding white sand. Palm trees curved, their fronds lazing against a brilliant sky. Just off the runway, a sleek white limo waited. It did not bear Latitude 13's corporate logo, as did the aircraft, but there was no mistaking its purpose. It was there for her. She dropped her sunglasses to her nose and shook her head. The postcard cliché beauty of the newly constructed resort couldn't be any more distant from the real life she'd left behind. After her so-called fiancé had been caught sexting the interns who worked under him, literally, as it turned out, in his congressional office, she'd landed on the front page alongside him, in no small part due to her high-profile position in her father's top D.C. law firm. The scandal had left her more politically driven clients skittish and worried for their own reputations. And between that and the swarm of reporters that followed her everywhere, her ability to perform her job had been torpedoed. Though she'd taken the hit both professionally and socially, she had no inclination to play up her role as the jilted bride-to-be. If anything, she was glad to be rid of the jerk, and she had no desire to pretend otherwise. Here, at a near-empty and not-yet-open resort, and traveling under an assumed name, she wouldn't have to. An old friend of hers, Moose Callahan, whose work in law enforcement left him with associates in interesting places, had called up after hearing on the news that she'd refused to stand by her man at his apology press conference. She'd helped Moose polish his application to the police academy during their senior year of high school, and he'd never forgotten the favor and wanted to repay her in her hour of national humiliation. So, he'd promised to draw on his connections to get her an exclusive getaway, where the sleaziest of reporters wouldn't have a chance of finding her. Her appearance at Latitude 13, 2 weeks before the resort's official opening, was as a representative of the resort's interior designer, there to ensure the decorative pieces were in place. It was an easy cover, and only the resort's owner would know otherwise. Intriguingly, the man had supposedly attended Fairfax High School with her and Moose, though she couldn't imagine who she knew who owned a private island. That sort of news tended to get around, but she hadn't a clue who the proprietor might be. Then again, Fairfax High had been so enormous she hadn't known all of her classmates when they'd graduated. What Moose had told her was that the owner was a retired bodyguard who'd hit it big in real estate, which only stirred up more questions than answers. Moose had gotten called out to a scene before he'd given her the owner's name, but he'd promised she'd receive an email with all the particulars. Said email had her travel info and the resort's name, but not the owner's. A uniformed attendant approached with her luggage. Rather than handing it over as she expected, he offered a friendly smile and gestured toward the limo. "Right this way." She followed him to the car and slid into yet another display of luxury. More leather, more champagne, and endlessly stunning views enhanced the scenery on either side as the car slipped silently toward a palatial resort in the distance. When the ride drew to a stop, she exited to discover the huge building sprawled in every direction at once. Its stark white facade so at one with the landscape that it appeared part of the beach itself, like a giant sand castle surrounded by lush tropical fauna. And men, hot, shirtless men. She studied the small group that stood with their backs to her, noting that the arrival of the limo hadn't yet drawn their attention. One man was clearly the ringleader of the group, not just because he radiated power, but because he held the full attention of the others. And the magnetism went well beyond his captive audience, because even from a distance, he snagged her attention. Or maybe it was the fit of his jeans. She had always preferred a power suit, but she had never seen anything sexier than the way that particular ass molded denim. The man attached to the ass in question stood shirtless, droplets of moisture skating in rivulets down his back. Sweat-darkened hair hung 2 weeks past time for a trim, but the rear view was all the more enticing for it. Get a grip. It was the heat, had to be the heat, because she was so not standing there trying to surreptitiously take back the breath he'd stolen. She was a grown woman, one who hadn't seen anything so sexy in ages. A full moment passed before she realized the view had changed. She blinked into focus a set of 8-pack abs. A line of hair traveled south into a waistband that had settled tantalizingly low on lean hips. She'd have been content to let her gaze languish there, if not for the fact that the construction noise had ceased. Her attention shifted upward, hitching to a pair of blue-green eyes that put the Caribbean to shame. Gorgeous eyes. Eyes that raked over her like she was on the dessert menu. He straightened, his cerulean gaze taking a lazy tour of her body, leaving a trail of fire in its wake. Corded arms shifted easily, the muscles there as defined as those of his back. She caught a glimpse of a single tattoo marking one bicep. Strands of dark hair fell across his forehead, and below it, a 5 o'clock shadow framed sensual lips. Lips that eased into a smile. "Miss Elliot, I presume?" A beat passed before she realized he spoke to her. The fake name sounded unnatural in his deep, husky drawl. About as unnatural as she felt, standing in paradise, wearing sensible heels and tailored pants. She itched to get her hands on the sundresses she'd packed. She itched to get her hands on that man. Though her heart beat unevenly and she had broken a sweat that had nothing to do with the equatorial sun, she pasted on a bright smile. "You presume well." He set down his hammer and wiped his hands on a nearby towel. A backward glance at the other men sent them back to work, setting off a cacophony of noise as he walked the short distance to join her on the path. He paused in front of her, his gaze touring her unapologetically, and she gave as good as she got. She may have been back on the market less than a week, but her fiancé had insisted on marriage before sex, a fact made all the more interesting after his recent exposure. Zoe hadn't exactly been broken up over the idea of waiting, and now that the sordid pictures were circulating the internet, she realized she hadn't missed much. In retrospect, her affection for her ex had been constructed more from a need to please her father than of her own interest. She and her ex-fiancé shared similar, if disconnected, goals that made them oddly compatible. Both were driven to grow their careers. She was to inherit her father's firm, while he wanted to climb the political ladder, which they were content to pursue separately. Now, she realized, their primary connection had been that neither of them needed to connect deeply at all. But between her father pushing hard for her to secure his interpretation of the ideal son-in-law and her ingrained desire to prove herself to her dad, she'd been blind to that. She wasn't blind anymore. Her disinterest in her ex aside, the way this man in front of her had her vibrating put her battery-operated phallus to shame. Her former fiancé wouldn't have stood a chance. And neither did she. She was just imagining her tongue touring the grooves of his abdomen when the man shifted, drawing her attention upward over sweat-slicked skin, past flat nipples and a chest that made her thighs clench with need. His square jaw that had just enough of a shadow to look dangerous, and her nerve endings danced when she thought of those lips closing over any part of her body. If there wasn't a supply of batteries somewhere on this island, she was in a world of trouble. He leaned close, so close that his mouth brushed her ear when he spoke. "Let me show you to your room, Zoe." Zoe jerked back, her eyes immediately hitching to his. Only then did she realize why they were so familiar. Ryder Nash, former boy next door, killer eye candy. But if he'd ever bothered to speak a word to her, she hadn't heard it. Hot as sin back in high school, and the grown-up version, even more so. The fact that he was also the proverbial last man on earth with whom she should get involved did absolutely nothing to dissuade the need ricocheting through her at a cataclysmic pace. She stared at the work-roughened hand he held before her, realizing after an awkward moment that he expected her to give him her suitcase. She did, though not without a rush of memories. As a teen, he'd had a new girl every weekend, and probably a new set of heel marks in his upholstery to match. But he hadn't wanted her. Being ignored by a notorious playboy seemingly without standards had been humiliating enough. That it still stung more than 10 years later was knowledge she could do without. "The guest rooms are still being finalized," he said. "So I'm afraid you don't have much choice with your accommodations. But I can vouch for your suite. Best one on site." "I'm sure it will be fine." As if she had room to complain. Her little impromptu vacation hadn't exactly been her idea. Whether that made the world less or more cruel that she'd end up on the same sparsely populated island as Ryder Nash had yet to be determined. She followed him along a beautifully tiled pathway. To one side, blooming hibiscus lent a shock of color to the crisp landscape. On the other, plush loungers surrounded a deep blue pool with what appeared to be a swim-up bar. Unmanned, of course, since the place hadn't yet opened to the public. She could use a drink. The room to which he led her appeared to be a cabana-style suite. The outside was starkly modern luxe, the full glass walls on the ocean side allowing an endless view of the water. An expansive open-air patio under a permanent roof hosted an entire living room set, complete with loungers and a private pool, just steps from the Caribbean. Even through the glass, she could tell the kitchen, with its white cabinetry and gleaming gray stone countertops, would be completely at ease in a luxury apartment. It wasn't until he opened the door for her that she realized something was wrong. The room, which hadn't been locked, appeared lived in. Not a mess by any means, but there were a couple of rinsed dishes in the sink, a mug on the coffee table, shoes on the floor, men's shoes. Where her mouth didn't form words, her expression must have spoken volumes. His lips twitched. "Your room is the one to the right. If your driver wants to keep his job, the rest of your bags are already inside." "My room?" He straightened, all mass and muscle and sex appeal. He stared at her, one corner of his mouth upturned, as if he found something funny. The writer she had watched through her bedroom window had never found anything funny. Not ever. He wore a scowl like no man's business. But a smile? He'd be devastating in a smile. Don't go there. You weren't expecting a room. Expectations. The thought took her in a direction she thought she had long left behind. One in which she had stared into those exquisitely blue-green eyes and had begged with every star in the sky for him to want her. She tore her gaze from his lips. "I didn't realize I'd be sharing." "I hate to break it to you, Princess, but most of the rooms aren't finished for a few days yet, and are in the process of being painted. You can either asphyxiate on paint fumes, bunk with the guys in the staff quarters, or you can stay here. His expression softened. For what it's worth, you'll have your own bathroom, and the locks are fully functional. You'll have your privacy, and I don't bite. You? She nearly swallowed her tongue. Aside the fact she had spent countless hours fantasizing about his teeth on her skin, and she had rather hoped he did bite, there was the very small matter of proximity, and that he had just indicated he would be a presence in hers. I was under the impression I would be working directly with the owner. She had nearly forgotten her cover as an interior consultant. After 10 years apart, the man managed to unravel her in minutes. His lips formed a grin that didn't quite reach his eyes. Was he as tormented as she? She doubted it, but it was a nice thought. You can work as closely with the owner as you would like, he said. But if you want me out of here, you'll be sorely disappointed. Great. Are you his assistant? He smiled, all languid and sated, post-coital. No, sweetheart. I'm him. Chapter 2. For a lawyer, Zoe Davenport had a lousy poker face. Ryder probably wasn't doing much better. When he agreed to accept an early guest at the request of an old friend, he never dreamed it would be her. The situation unnerved him. There was no way Zoe's appearance in Ryder's life, on his private and very much closed to the public island, was a coincidence. And that made him nervous as hell. Fortunately, she seemed every bit as shocked to see him as he had been when Moose had given him her name. Close your mouth, sweetheart, he said. You're going to catch a fly. Zoe's jaw snapped shut, but it didn't stay that way. No surprise there. You own this place? You flatter me. Actually, she didn't, but he wasn't above sarcasm. He figured he owed her one, or 100. She had judging him down to a science, and that she managed to do so as she glared down at him 10 years ago from her tower window made it all the more impressive. You're rich. Private island rich? He stared her up and down. The slacks were a little stuffy, but they could only disguise so much. He could still see her legs, all long and lean and bronzed. Still remembered how much he wanted to own the space between them while she begged for harder, faster, more. She'd grown up since those days, filled out, had curves for days. He cleared his throat. I see you inherited your father's opinion of me. Her eyes narrowed. What does that mean? He never thought I'd be worth a damn. Didn't mind wasting his breath to say it every chance he got, though. Memories closed in. Back then, her father had had a point. Ryder was on a one-way road to nowhere. It was because of that inevitable dead end that he'd been able to jump the tracks and get a job as a bodyguard, which then led to an abbreviated, albeit successful, career in personal security. Though that part of his life was now over, he hadn't entirely given it up. After selling his security firm, he'd hit it big in real estate. As a merger between the career paths, the resort he developed promised exclusivity. His guests were more likely to arrive in search of privacy than protection. But the end result was the same, a world-class destination with guaranteed anonymity. No one stepped foot on the island under his employ without an extensive background check, and that included Zoe, though he'd trusted his old friend Moose's opinion of her. His employees had been well vetted, and anyone who acted less than professionally would be escorted immediately to the tarmac for departure. He paid well enough to ensure the threat had clout. One of her eyebrows crept upward. Clearly, you've proved him wrong. I don't have anything to prove to anyone. I guess you don't. she said softly. "What business are you in?" "I'm a former security specialist. My firm dealt with high-profile clients, and I made myself personally responsible for the high-stakes cases. Celebrities, dignitaries, you name it. When they wanted the best, they asked for me." "So why former?" He pressed his lips together. "Sold the company." "Why?" An ache crawled up his leg. The pain was a constant companion, a reminder of a dumb mistake that had cost him the job he loved, and none of her damn business. "It's not relevant," he said. She pressed her lips together, not entirely hiding the beginnings of a frown. They hadn't dated, he and Zoe. He wasn't sure they'd ever spoken. He'd wanted her in the worst way, but there had been a lot more between them than the picket fence straddling the property line they shared. Her side boasted neatly trimmed grass and new landscaping perfectly coordinated for every season. His was adorned with his father's discarded beer cans and weeds. Though they were neighbors, the only real exchange they ever had was her glaring at him while he worked on his car, as if he'd stop because of a dour look from a princess. That car kept him out of the house, away from his father, who thought a hell of a lot more about his addictions than he had his son. The car was Ryder's escape. It wasn't something he expected her to understand. She'd been handed the perfect life on a silver platter. She probably hadn't needed to escape anything in her life. Until now. What the hell happened back home? Had some of that silver tarnished? Ryder hadn't watched a television or logged onto a news site in weeks, since he'd been scrambling to get Latitude 13 ready in time for opening day. He knew she was there to sidestep a personal scandal, one not of her own making. But beyond that, details were sparse. Now he wished he knew more, but it wasn't in his nature to ask questions. He'd worked a number of times with the cop who'd arranged her visit, and they'd only ever exchanged pertinent details. But with Zoe, everything was pertinent. His gaze fell to the coffee cup he'd left on the table. She probably thought he was a slob. Like father, like son. He'd been impetuous, blind. He'd had dreams of getting out of the house that sat dimly in the shadows of life where nothing would ever flourish. But he'd made it. So why did he suddenly feel so uneasy? His fists tightened, and he realized he still held her bag. Wordlessly, he walked it to her bedroom and set it on a table inside. When he turned, he nearly walked straight into her, soft, sensual, and woefully hidden under the business casual attire. But he knew better. He'd studied every curve enough to know that when 18-year-old Zoe felt his eyes on her nipples tightened and her breathing grew shallow. Now, her lightweight silk shirt gave him enough of a glimpse to see that much hadn't changed. His body went into lockdown. Only his gaze moved, drifting to her lips. They were natural, nothing painted on, just soft and moist, if soft and moist had a look. He'd lost count of how many times he'd caught her staring down at him from her bedroom window, over there on the right side of the tracks. He'd stared right back. This time she wasn't looking down. Though her thick lashes threatened his view, he felt as much as saw her attention. It raked over him with a physical force, reigniting old urges that had no place in his life. However much he wanted her now, he couldn't touch her. Because as much as he enjoyed riling her, if he actually gave in to that decade-old need to taste her, he'd lose more than his heart. He'd lose every penny he had. Chapter 3. Zoe couldn't move. What had been a somewhat awkward exchange shifted into treacherous territory, and the look in his eyes suggested dangerous was an understatement. A memory of the old rider flashed through her mind. Even then, he was built. Brooding, rebellious, sexy, forbidden. If she had the first instinct for survival, she'd kick off her sensible heels and make a run for the tarmac. But apparently, she wasn't so interested in her own well-being, and she didn't have the urge to run. What she had was a parched throat and an utter lack of oxygen. She swallowed, hard. "Are you planning to always share a suite with your guests?" His eyes darkened, and a corner of his mouth tipped in defiance. "Why don't you ask me what you really want to know?" He shifted, and every cell in her body realigned to him. Her nerve endings tingled. So did the apex of her thighs. "What are you so sure I want to know?" "Whether I plan to take my guests to bed." "You are an arrogant jerk if you think I care." She lied, because in reality, she was breathless and on fire, and the tilt of his mouth suggested he knew it. "And I'm not a real guest." The rebellious declaration escaped before she had time to consider the suggestion therein. This isn't real. Fuck me hard. Bemusement slanted his lips. "I've been called worse, and the answer is no." She jerked her attention from his mouth and begged the universe to put 6 more inches between them. Or 8. She glanced in the direction of his package, which had the well-worn denim all out of sorts. Definitely 8. Maybe more. Like she'd know. The last time she'd had sex had been months before her pseudo-fiancé came into the picture. At the time, she'd been more interested in the infomercial playing in the background than she had Mr. Missionary, and the smoothie maker the show suckered her into ordering had come before she had. He still stared, studying her, waiting. She turned, taking a step away from him in the process. Why would a man who owned his own island be content to share a suite? Should I be locked in a tower somewhere? His tone suggested she had her fairy tales all wrong. I just find it hard to believe you would not value your privacy. I had privacy until you got here. So why did you say yes? I didn't know it was you until I had to send your flight information. What if you had known right away? When he didn't answer, she forced herself to look at him. He stared at her intently. I would have said, fuck yes. She blinked, reconsidered. Danger might be an understatement. It would also be a risk worth taking. Why? The forced word came in a breathy staccato that would have been over the top even in a porn flick. Not that she'd know. Because I wanted you. Shock skated through her veins. She hadn't forgotten him over the years. To the contrary, the 18-year-old version of Ryder Nash was the yardstick by which she subconsciously measured every man since. The situation was less than convenient, especially considering she had never known his touch. He was a fantasy, a standard to which no mortal man could compare. Not until now. Now, the fantasy was within reach. He'd wanted her then. The confession twisted her insides, thoroughly wrecking any possibility that she'd gotten over him. Maybe it was just a case of wanting what she couldn't have. Was that why she carried a torch so long? Of course it was. Because if he'd added her to the Friday night lineup years ago, she wouldn't be standing here wondering how those rough hands would feel on her skin, or just how perfectly he'd fit between her thighs. But he'd spoken of wanting her in the past tense, and though the heat in his eyes suggested otherwise, she wasn't going to throw herself at any man, not even the one who had filled her teenage dreams and rapidly ignited a grown woman's fantasies. He was watching her watch him. Self-conscious, she dragged her lower lip in her mouth with her teeth. The half-grin that formed as he stared left her reeling. "As for why I'm sharing my suite," he said, all slow and dangerous-like, "the answer is twofold. One, my guests deserve only the best. And two?" she asked with nonchalance, though her heart was in her throat. "I suspect you'll be safer with me than you would be with the other guys who were just ogling you." She wasn't so sure about that. She wasn't some helpless woman. She knew how to say no. She couldn't deny that they were easy on the eyes, but not one of them had affected her the way Ryder had. Even before she'd known her bad boy ex-neighbor was the billionaire proprietor, the sight of him had reawakened every sexual urge in her body. Surely you can trust your employees. Wrong kind of trust. The possessive growl on which he delivered the words said what they didn't. His darkening blue-green stare had hardened, but it was hot. And while he did a better-than-average job of actually looking at her face, his attention had taken more than one languid tour of her body. "Not the kind with whom you would trust a guest?" "I thought you weren't one." The low, husky overtone of his words lent the distinct impression she was in over her head. But if she had to drown, there was no better way to do it. "I think the proper verbiage is that I'm not just a guest." Her official cover story was that she was there to serve as an interior consultant. What the staff didn't know was that the idea that she, an attorney with a wardrobe full of drab blues and grays, could offer any real insight into the aesthetic pleasures of the rich and famous was laughable. But the fake job title gave her a reason to be there before the resort's opening. The few employees on the premises wouldn't blink over her presence, and arriving on a private tropical island under an assumed name was about as close to anonymous as a person could get. Hopefully, the press would never find her. "You always had a reputation for being a smartass," he contended. "And you always were—" "What, the trash next door?" he asked lazily, as if it meant nothing to him. But it was a loaded question if she'd ever heard one. Indignation flared. "I never once said that about you. I never once thought it." "Yeah, that's why you and your cheerleader friends used to look down on me." "We looked down at you because we were next to the second-floor window, you ass. Looking up wouldn't have afforded the same view. Though I could have done without the carousel of skanks you paraded through your back seat." A grin only partially masked the flash of pain that tainted his features. "Were you jealous, Princess?" Yes, but she couldn't say it. She didn't have to. He leaned against the wall, his muscles flexing with the movement. The sweat had mostly dried under the air conditioning, but the damp waistband of his jeans left a powerful reminder of what that moisture had done to his body. "Did you wish it was you?" She blinked. "What?" He took a step closer, helping himself to her personal space and all the oxygen within. "Did you want to be the one I undressed?" he asked, his voice low, threatening. "Did you want to lay there naked, under the glow of the streetlight through that dirty glass, and feel my hands on you? For my teeth to rake over your skin, to bite down on those tight little nipples and tug until the whole neighborhood heard you calling my name? To ride me so hard the car fell off the jacks, and then to keep going, because we just didn't care?" She swallowed and wondered when the air conditioner had stopped working. "Tell me, Zoe, is that what you wanted? To get fucked until you couldn't move? Until you couldn't get the taste of me out of your mouth?" She couldn't breathe. She may have broken a sweat, and she just might be using her last breath on him, but so be it. "Are you always so quick to share the details of your conquests? Because frankly, I think all those details about you and the girls in your car are disgusting." And hot, so hot, but he didn't have to know that. Frankly, she wished she didn't. He grinned. Grinned. "That wasn't a conquest, Princess. And I'm not telling tales outside of the back seat. I'm too much of a gentleman for that. Sure he was. That was why she couldn't breathe, because he was a gentleman. Then what are you talking about? That wasn't real, and it never happened. He leaned until his lips touched her ear, then grazed the tender skin when he spoke. It was my own private fantasy, and the only woman I wanted in it was you. Chapter 4. Zoe had seldom been rendered speechless, but in that moment, she couldn't have spit out a word if her life depended on it. Ryder retreated, but only far enough to meet her eyes. He was still impossibly close, horribly, wonderfully, brutally close. Is the feeling mutual, Princess? She blinked, but he didn't go anywhere. Is this the part where I confess that I spent my teenage years staring wistfully at the backseat of your car, wishing I could take a turn? Now would be the ideal time to reciprocate, yes. Although I already knew you had a thing for staring. I just hoped you were staring at me, not my car. She had stared at him, plenty, but to admit that out loud? Not in this lifetime. Am I supposed to be flattered? Or maybe just giving up my entire life to hang out here on your island, servicing your desires? The sarcasm flopped. His smug expression faltered, his eyes darkening briefly before focusing on her. No, he said. I don't do relationships. Nor do I do long-term arrangements, so any servicing you might anticipate will be temporary at best. Jerk. She stood silent, speechless, because his asshat words shot a thrill through her that made her want to kick him. Finally, she sputtered, Get over yourself, if that's even possible with that ego. He grinned, somehow having managed to return to a place so close to her that the slant of his lips nearly touched hers. Her breath quickened. If she didn't take a deep hit of oxygen at some point, she was going to have to start breathing into a paper bag. What the hell had happened to her life? 3 weeks ago, she'd been planning a pretentious over-the-top wedding with an incumbent senator her father had hand-picked as his perfect son-in-law. Now, here she was, on a private tropical island with a man who had once been every father's worst nightmare, only now he'd become the stuff of which dreams were made. She didn't even care that he was rich. It was the sex oozing from his every masculine pore that had her turned inside out. It was the fact that her denial hadn't deterred him. It was that she didn't want to be deterred. Get it together. Opposing counsel had never made her quake like this. You wanted me? Her words came out with the shrill grace of a chew toy. So much for getting it together. The smirk she expected didn't come. Instead, those beautiful, clear blue eyes of his were honest. Yes. And now? The ache between her thighs spread to her heart. She didn't know why, really. Ryder was at best a missed opportunity. Nothing had been broken between them. There never had been anything there to break. But in the aftermath of the tabloid fodder her life had become, she couldn't help wondering what might have been. As if getting involved with a confirmed playboy could possibly have ended better than her fiasco of a relationship with the esteemed senator, 10 years her senior, and nowhere near as photogenic as he thought himself. Ryder was still looking at her, his gaze resting lazily, though intently, on her. Her attention fell unwittingly to follow the trail past his waistband. He was probably photogenic as hell. But considering he was young, hotter than the noonday sun, and a self-made billionaire, he was likely the world's most eligible bachelor. There would be no shortage of paparazzi surrounding him in the real world, and she'd had enough to last a lifetime. She cleared her throat. That was a long time ago. That could easily be my point. I haven't forgotten, Zoe. Feels like yesterday I stood there on the wrong side of the tracks, wanting all the wrong things. And now? Money can't buy everything, sweetheart. His heated gaze and its lazy appraisal of her suggested sex. But she had little doubt that he could get that for free. Just not from her. The ache between her thighs protested the unspoken denial, and the involuntary clench she hoped would silence them accomplished the opposite. She summoned all her nopes. All other reservations aside, there was no way she'd fall into bed with him, especially now that he was rich. It didn't matter how much she'd crushed on him when they were teens. She hadn't acted then, and acting now made her no better than the interns who had ridden her ex-fiancé reverse cowgirl style into infamy. She swallowed a dry bundle of nerves and met his aqua stare. No, it can't. He looked at her for a long moment before he spoke. Why are you here, Zoe? My fiancé made himself an ex in a very public manner. She blurted the words, surprised when the usual shame didn't follow. Surprised when Ryder didn't immediately adopt the same look of pity that had become a permanent mask among her coworkers. So why isn't he the one in exile? To be honest, I don't care enough to know. I just wanted out of the three-ring DC circus that popped up when the scandal broke. Ryder's brow lifted. Great. She should have kept her mouth shut. The list of people who weren't privy to the details of her ex's privates was woefully short. And while she doubted Ryder wanted a VIP seat, she could really go for the anonymity. Actually, that was precisely why she had left the city. And while she certainly wouldn't count him among her allies, it was nice to have a conversation with someone who didn't look at her with sympathy. He looked at her instead, with hunger. The dark lashes framing those impossibly light eyes only highlighted their intensity. Her body responded, even when she knew she couldn't. At least, not in the way she wanted. I don't think this is something we should talk about, in light of our arrangement. The easygoing smile disappeared. He blinked, clearly taken aback. By all means, I apologize for the intrusion. He may have sounded coolly detached, but the undercurrent in his tone was an emotional riptide. After the turmoil her life had become, Ryder felt safe. He felt like home. He brought back a time when she'd felt in control. A time before she'd let her big-shot attorney father crow so persistently about the man that became her fiancé, so that she, too, began to believe theirs was a sufficient match. Before scandal and tabloids took over and pushed her out of her own life. A life she, ironically, no longer recognized as her own. There was no going back from that kind of thing. She'd accepted as much. And yet, here she was, face to face with the road she hadn't taken. A road that suddenly felt wide open and free. And terrifying. It's just, I came here looking for an escape from scandal and a broken engagement. I don't think jumping into bed with another man is really the answer. If it's a problem, perhaps I can seek other arrangements. His eyes darkened, but not in the heated way they had before. Can the formality, Zoe. If I'm making you uncomfortable, say so. Oh, he was all right, but not like he must have thought. She wanted him, but admitting it could only lead to disaster. Her life had been so carefully constructed, every move a step toward gaining her father's approval, toward earning his trust to take over his prestigious law firm, one of the most prestigious in a district teeming with power players. Hers had been a regimented, well-organized path down which she planned to walk for as long as she could remember. And Ryder represented the antithesis of that, a departure from which she might never recover. She thought of the heat she'd seen in his eyes, and the repercussions of adding fuel to that fire. Explosive. The thought of those rough hands covering her bare flesh made her want to beg. And Zoe Davenport didn't beg. What she was going to do was enjoy the sunshine and the ocean, get a grip on herself, and go back to D.C. and the high-powered career path that awaited her sensible shoe-clad feet to step on it once more. She opened her mouth to tell him just that, but she didn't have a chance. His phone rang, freeing her from a confession that could have only ended in disaster. He pulled the device from his pocket without taking his eyes off her, only glancing quickly at the display before meeting her gaze again. "I'm going to take this outside." Ryder ended the phone call, but didn't rush back to Zoe. He'd be better off avoiding her altogether. Not that it was possible. The thought of her standing there, nipples tight and thighs clenched, just a few feet from his king-size bed, put him in dangerous territory. He could already see her spread eagle, tied to the corner posts, and at his complete mercy. Hungry, the vision made him want to forget all about that damned contract he'd signed. But that wouldn't happen. The best opportunity he'd ever been given had just come back to bite him in the ass. Big time. He scrubbed a hand down his face, wondering what the hell had possessed him when he'd started talking to her about sex and sin and all the possibilities therein. He couldn't sleep with Zoe Davenport, not once. Not twice, not daily for the entire 2 weeks she would be sharing a suite with him, because doing so would ruin him. 10 years ago, on graduation day, Zoe's father had approached Ryder with a fat check, a notary public, and an offer. Stay away from Zoe until the end of time, and the money was his, free and clear. The old man had clearly noticed Ryder's eye on his daughter, and hers on him. But Ryder was no fool. He thought Zoe was hot, but women were a dime a dozen, and tickets out of that hellhole generally didn't exist. He hadn't cared then that the penalty for breaking the deal was his entire net worth, or 10 times the face value of the check, whichever was greater. He'd signed, he'd gotten the hell out of Dodge, and he hadn't looked back. Not until now. Now, he wondered if such a ridiculous penalty could be upheld. But what did it matter? The damage breaking the contract would do to his reputation, to his resort, would ruin him, even if the document itself did not. His was a niche market, and his patrons weren't those to flock to scandal or disgrace. Associations like that could be brutal. To be ground zero, professionally speaking, would be the end. Even as he wrestled with whether he should produce the contract for his team of lawyers, he knew Zoe Davenport wasn't a chance he could take. Not even if it fucking killed him. He ignored the nagging voice that insisted he could screw her silly on his own private beach and her father would never be the wiser. He'd grown up enough in the past decade to know a woman deserved better. But his hormones hadn't gotten the memo. He'd never been much for relationships, which was just as well, because once he'd started working personal security, he couldn't focus on his client's safety if he was preoccupied with a woman sitting alone at home waiting for him. He'd seen other men misstep and nearly get themselves or their clients killed, and that was enough to ensure he never got involved. He'd settled for the kind of one-night fling where neither names nor phone numbers were exchanged, but the novelty had long worn off. He wanted more. He wanted Zoe. She represented everything he never had. The white picket fence, the 2 kids, and the family mutt, dutifully adopted from the local animal shelter. Big holiday meals and laughter that rang through open doors, falling flat at the property line that once divided their lives. That Ryder could grow up next door to her had been a fluke at best. His house had once been the servants' quarters to her family's much larger home. The parcel had been sold off at one point when they were kids, and just like that, fate put him in the venerable shadow of perfection. That feeling was so deeply ingrained in him that money hadn't changed a thing. Seeing her again took him right back to that place, where she was the princess next door, and he, the piece of crap under her shoe. And the fact that his money hadn't won her over now made him want her all the more. Damn it all. Maybe he'd misread her attraction. She had to have been shocked to find the tables turned as they were, she on the run from her life, and he living in the lap of good fortune. Motion through the expanse of glass caught his attention. She had changed into a dress that flirted with her thighs and showed off bombshell curves that had been lost to her stuffy pantsuit. For the briefest moment, he pondered a change of scenery for the duration of her visit. A ski resort would be nice. Somewhere with year-round snow, somewhere he didn't have to worry about his former neighbor bearing mile-long legs and a body built for sin. Sighing, he jammed his phone in his pocket and strode back into the cabana. The air conditioning hit him with force, but it wasn't enough to eradicate the heat between them. His flirting had backfired in a big way. He'd riled her up, no doubt, but he'd gotten way too close, putting himself in a corner, wanting what he couldn't have. He didn't believe for a minute she didn't want him, but he wasn't going to risk everything for a woman who found him so damned irresistible. Or maybe not. She averted her eyes, pegging her attention in the vicinity of his chest, though that changed quickly as he cleared his throat and reached for the shirt he'd left slung over the back of the leather sofa. He tugged the garment over his head. "If you're ready," he said, "we'll get to work." "Work?" She stared at him in confusion. "Yeah, that thing you'll do while you're here." I thought you were aware I'm not actually a designer." "You are now." He almost laughed. She looked positively bewildered. He didn't see much need in her going through the motions. The Latitude 13 skeleton crew was tight, and he trusted them, so she could too. But he enjoyed having her all out of sorts. He'd love having her that way in his bed. He ached with the thought, but he wasn't entirely sure it was the right kind of ache. Sex? Hell yes. But the consequences of going there were staggering. The risk wasn't worth it. She was still looking at him, still wore that expression. He wondered what would happen if he kissed her. Would she be pissed? Or would she be his? Only for a night, and it would be the costliest night of his life. He pulled out his phone and pretended he had a reason to look at it. Anything to break his focus on her, and that tight little body, and how much he wanted it twisting up his sheets. Interior design. She might think herself unqualified, but she'd sure as fuck redesigned the way his dick fit in his pants. "If you don't play the part as a designer," he asked, "how do you expect your cover to stand?" "Not with me coordinating fabrics, that's for sure." He cast an unwitting eye over her dress. "Isn't that a thing women do?" She rolled her eyes. "It's a thing people do, but not all of them. Consider me among the least qualified." "In that case, consider yourself lucky. I already had a professional coordinate everything. I just need you to go through the rooms and tell me they look good." To her raised brow, he added, "Make sure everything's in place. Right number of curtains and that kind of thing. Think you can handle that?" "I can count, yes." He relished the tiny smile that punctuated her words. It was the first hint of normalcy since she'd walked back into his life. Maybe they could be friends after all. Right. "I have some time now," he said. "Let me show you around." He tugged his shirt into place, noticing with amusement that her gaze followed his hands. "You don't have a person for that?" she asked, her attention still on his abdomen. "Not a chance." He actually did have someone who could have given her the tour, but he wasn't letting her go that easily, especially in the vicinity of his buddy Hector, the resort's outdoor adventure guru, whom no woman had ever turned down. or so Hector said, but Ryder hadn't seen much evidence to the contrary. She fell into step beside him, setting fire to his blood. Every palm they strolled past, he fought the urge to pin her against the trunk, wrists over her head, body lithe and slick against his. The woman was a distraction and then some, and if he wasn't doing a sorry job of hiding it now, he would be when his buddies started asking questions. They'd see past his denial in a heartbeat, and that would only bring more questions. Ryder had no qualms about taking what he wanted, but he couldn't take her. Not even if she begged. "So, who were those guys with you when I came up?" she asked. "Do they work here?" "Yep," he said, grateful for the change in topic. "Hector is a pilot, and he's into adventure sports, so he'll be the one terrorizing the guests. Neil is a charter boat captain in charge of fishing expeditions. Carson is a bartender from back in his college days, but he doubles as my right hand. He more recently acted as a CFO for a Fortune 500 company, so he knows his way around the numbers. And for the last month, he's had his head glued to a spreadsheet, making sure everything is in place for the opening. He's run most of his reports now, but old habits die hard. I had to drag him away from a computer to get him to help with the construction." She gave a short, nervous laugh. "It's not everywhere a person walks up on a billionaire and a Fortune 500 CFO, swinging hammers." Ryder grinned. "Probably not, but I decided I wanted a gazebo there, so we put one together with some excess lumber we had hanging around." "So they just jump when you say jump, huh?" "Yep, but I'd do the same for them, and they know it." She smiled warmly, and it lit fire to something inside him, made him feel human, vulnerable, like her approval still mattered. He cleared his throat. "The resort consists of 13 cabana suites like ours," he explained, "each with a private pool. They're isolated for privacy, though not as spread out as you might think. I wanted to grant each one solitude while keeping close to amenities." They turned a corner, and the main building came into view. He nodded in its direction. "There are 21 suites in the tower." "Tower? You used the term loosely." He laughed. "Yes, only 5 floors, but with sprawl. Enough for a view from the top, but not so much that it ruins the view from everywhere else. Anyway, you're basically double-checking the list I have. And it's all on the computer, so I'll give you a tablet, and it'll be cake. I know you don't need to be deep undercover here, but having something of a story should keep your visit from snagging too much attention. The guys wouldn't pry, but this way, you won't have to answer any questions, even the casual ones. I know they can be uncomfortable." "I appreciate your trouble," she said quickly, dismissively. "What's that one?" She pointed to a 2-story building that meandered through the palms, an architectural design that allowed each of the 500-square-foot studio apartments to have a private terrace. "That's the staff quarters." "They won't think it's odd that I'm not staying there? I'm staff. More of a consultant. Besides, putting you in there would be the equivalent of throwing you to the wolves." She threw him a wry look. "Surely the doors lock." He bit back a grin at how readily she tossed his words back at him. Very few people saw fit to give him a hard time since he'd made his fortune, and not one of the intrepid few had been of the young female persuasion. "Indeed they do have locking doors," he said, "but I wouldn't subject a woman to such close quarters with what is currently a building full of guys, not without backup." Her eyes narrowed. "So what you're saying is you have a bunch of Neanderthals working for you?" He nearly choked on her assessment. It probably wasn't too far off, although he knew they were good guys who respected women. Otherwise, they wouldn't be anywhere near his resort. "They're not blind," he said mildly. "That's no excuse," she shot back. A playful smirk softened her admonition. He shoved his hands in his pockets. "Haven't we already had this conversation? Besides, I didn't say it was an excuse." But I took personal responsibility for you and intend to see that through." She pressed her lips together, seemingly irritated. What had he said to offend her? After the way she'd reacted to his tale from the back seat, he got the feeling she preferred dirty talk to business. So perhaps being reminded, or realizing for the first time, that she fell into the latter category hadn't gone over well. He filed away the assumption with a hint of amusement. He led the way into the main building with its oasis of stark white and sea blue decor. Beige accents softened a number of windowed nooks with views of the beach or pool. Barrel ceilings, their arches richly detailed, added a dimension of luxury, while the oversized pillows and plush seating promised comfort. Columns offered subtle distinctions between spaces without closing off the open floor plan, which remained brilliantly lit by sun-drenched windows from sun-up to sundown. Behind him, Zoe's breath caught. "It's beautiful." He smiled to himself. "I'm glad you approve." And he was. The designer did a great job here. He smiled, stupidly pleased that she liked what she saw. "The guest suites are right this way." She trailed a step behind him, and he let her. Safer that way. "Are they all laid out the same?" she asked. "Most aren't, actually. I wanted to avoid the cookie-cutter habit of most resorts in favor of a truly personal experience. So, no two rooms are alike. But they're all maxed out with amenities." He swiped a key card through the nearest lock and opened the door for her. "Right this way." Despite a number of differences, the two-bedroom suite wasn't unlike the cabana he and Zoe shared. Once the final coat of paint was on, one bedroom would offer a king-sized bed, the other a pair of doubles. The same colors remained a theme throughout the resort, though the exact assortment in each room varied. Every suite boasted a generously appointed kitchen, a stocked wet bar, 2.5 baths, and theater-quality media, though he hoped his guests would find their surroundings more interesting than the electronics. She walked in a small circle around the suite, her wonderment causing him to see it anew. He couldn't imagine he'd ever grow tired of the white sand and turquoise waters of the Caribbean. But they'd never looked more beautiful than when they did with Zoe in the forefront. He was on his way to the window to detail the view when she turned, the sudden movement clashing with his own. She landed flat against his chest, and he steadied her without forethought. And just like that, she was in his arms. Nonsensical objections spun through his head, but his only focus was on the curve of her lips. Their eyes met through the thickness of her lashes, and she denied him his only chance of salvation by not fleeing. If anything, when her gaze dropped to his mouth, she reeled him in. Her fingertips traced his biceps with the gentleness of a lover, and any chance he held for resistance hit the floor. But damn it, he was not going to go there. At least, not until those fingertips touched his cheek and lingered. Then her thumb dragged across his bottom lip. "You're in dangerous territory," he managed to mutter. Right before he fucking kissed her. And it wasn't some old granny peck either. It was a full-fledged possession, his mouth devouring hers. He half hoped she'd slap him, but the soft whimpers she produced didn't sound like any objection he'd ever heard. He dropped his hands from her upper arms and cupped her face, his thumbs caressing her cheeks gently, possessively. Her lips couldn't have been any softer. Nothing sweeter existed than the slide of her tongue and the fit of her body, or the way she moved against him. And then, inexplicably, it was over. By the time her absence registered, she was across the room and out the door, leaving him stunned and empty and alone. Chapter 5. Zoe turned a blind corner, no real concept of where she was headed beyond anywhere else. Her lips still stung with the sweet torture of Ryder's kiss. Her fingertips tingled. Her everything tingled. She stopped and leaned against the wall in a failed attempt to catch her breath. Can't say I've seen many women run from him. Zoe jerked upright and sought the source of the voice. The hall opened into a common area, and she hadn't noticed the older woman on the far side. She held a bottle of glass cleaner and a cloth, but didn't seem concerned with either. "Excuse me?" Zoe said. "Usually it's Mr. Nash trying to head off in the opposite direction. Oh, he's nice about it, but you can always see the disappointment in her face when a woman fails to catch his eye." Speechless for a second time that day, Zoe could only stare. Streaks of gray in the woman's dark hair suggested she was older, and while her face remained neutral, the twinkle in her eye was evident, even with the distance between them. Clearly she knew Ryder, which left Zoe feeling outnumbered, even though they were alone. "Oh, honey, I'm talking out of turn again. I'm Aggie Miller, and you can call me Aggie." "Michelle," Zoe said. "Michelle Elliott." Michelle was her middle name, and Elliott her mother's maiden name. The adopted pseudonym wasn't far from the truth, but still, the words felt unnatural. Already, she felt guilty for lying about who she was. Ryder surely had been right when he said no one on the island would look twice at her. What difference did her first name make? It wasn't as if she'd taken up residence on a rock in the Potomac within view of the Lincoln Memorial. She was in the Caribbean, for heaven's sake. "Michelle?" Aggie frowned. "I could have sworn you were someone else. Must be this heat. Us old folks don't preserve well when it's 110 in the shade." "Your ability to exaggerate hasn't suffered, though, has it?" Zoe jumped at Ryder's voice so close to her ear. Could the man not make a noise when he walked? While Aggie smiled at his teasing tone. "It's not a degree over 70 in here, Aggie, and you know it. I also know your friend Michelle here is the spitting image of..." "She's here to finish the interior design, not listen to you go on about how much she resembles your former neighbor's aunt's cousin's sister's daughter." Aggie put her hands on her hips. "And you say I exaggerate. Actually, I was going to say you were going to welcome Miss Elliott to the island and offer to assist her in any way you can." "Well, for heaven's sake, of course I was." Aggie wiped her hands on her apron and fastened a warm smile on Zoe. "Anything you need, honey, you just let me know. Especially if that boy gives you any trouble. I'll turn him over my knee in a heartbeat. Now, where are you staying?" Zoe glanced at Ryder, who hesitated a beat before replying, "With me." Aggie's brow shot upward, but she didn't speak. Zoe caught the tail end of the warning look from Ryder that must have silenced Aggie, and her heart stuttered in her chest. Whatever Aggie wanted to say, Ryder wanted kept quiet. "If you'll excuse us," Ryder said to Aggie, "we need to finish our tour. Miss Elliott is here to check on the rooms, so she'll have a master key while she works. But should she need anything else, please help her in any way you can." "Of course. A fine thing to meet you, Miss Elliott. We'll have coffee soon, or a shot of whatever you'll need to put up with that man in such close quarters." Zoe laughed. "I'd like that." "You'd like it more if he'd opened that bar. Not much in the pantry worth drinking." Her tone suggested they'd gone rounds over the topic before. "I'll open it up Friday, just for you ladies," Ryder said. "As long as you boys don't go getting any ideas." Aggie punctuated the words by adjusting her ample bosom in an exaggerated huff. Ryder laughed and shook his head. "Nothing of the sort from me. But you watch yourself around Hector." "You tell Hector to watch himself around me." Zoe watched the exchange with amusement. She liked Aggie, and seeing Ryder interact with her somehow humanized him. She didn't need that any more than she needed the taste of him lingering in her mouth, or the memory of what he looked like out of that shirt. He took her arm, his hand warm against her skin. Rough, but in the good way. A silent thrill crept through her at the thought of him touching her intimately, at what those hands could do. She swallowed, but it didn't help her throat, which was now as dry as the Sahara. "A drink sounds great," she said, as he led her away from Aggie. The words were weak, her attempt at small talk unconvincing, as if they could just forget what happened. "I'm already looking forward to the weekend." Her voice shook, killing any stab at light-hearted conversation. He had her turned every way but straight. He didn't respond, and they didn't go far. As soon as they rounded the corner, exposing a long, wide hallway with even wider seating areas scattered throughout, he turned to her, propping one hand on the wall near her head. He leaned close and spoke in a low voice. "Why did you run?" It was more of a brisk walk. Zoe. Her name, 2 syllables of admonishment that fell from his lips like honey. Messy. What? He brushed a lock of hair away from her eyes. "What are you afraid of?" "Falling." He edged closer. She sensed tension and wondered if what Aggie said could be true. If Ryder did more running than chasing. He reached behind her with one arm, tugging gently on the tips of her hair, until she looked up and got lost in the riptide of his eyes. Had he any idea how mesmerizing they were? "Unless I'm mistaken," he said gruffly, "you were the one dragging your thumb across my mouth back there in the room. That's not the move of a woman who doesn't want. Say it, Zoe." She blinked his lips into focus. "Say what?" "Say no." No. The word had dissolved from her vocabulary. He brushed her ear with a kiss and a jolt of electricity. "Tell me you don't want me. Tell me you don't want me to talk dirty, princess, while I fuck you until neither one of us can move." "I can't." She caught the barest hint of a grin a moment before his lips grazed hers. The pressure wasn't enough, and when he released her, he left her shaky and aching and needing the heat he'd taken with him. Not unlike she'd done to him moments before. "I'm sorry," she said. "My life has been turned upside down, and I'm just so used to everything being under control, and this is just not under control." The words came out all sin and sex, and despite their brevity, they managed to completely change her perspective on what it meant to be out of control, on how good it could be for him to take her there. It didn't matter that there hadn't been anything between them. He was deliciously familiar, and there wasn't a synapse in her body that didn't recognize that. She had no idea if he used the same lines on every other woman he met, but it didn't matter. Lines or not, they worked. He made her feel good, and she hadn't even realized how much intimacy was missing from her career-driven life until his sensual mouth formed those dirty words. With a single whispered seduction, he'd wrecked her. "I haven't dug into what brought you here," he said, "and I won't. It's not my business. But I will say that somewhere along the line, someone forgot to treat you like a woman. Someone forgot you were a fucking goddess." He paused, touched her chin. "You forgot, didn't you?" I don't think I ever knew that." Her, a goddess? She'd laugh, but there was nothing funny about the way this man looked at her. Like no man before him. But he'd made it clear earlier that he didn't do relationships, so she'd be a goddess for one night or maybe a handful, and then a cast-off, likely. And given the out-of-control feelings she was experiencing now, one night might not be enough for her, which would be adding a whole new level of humiliation to the national humiliation she'd come to Latitude 13 to escape. No thanks. "Listen to me, Zoe. You're beautiful, and you deserve more than whatever he did to you. You deserve to be treasured. Don't you ever give yourself to another man who doesn't damn well know it." She could only stare, stunned. How could he think so much of her? Every other man in her life seemed to think of her as a commodity of some sort. And here he was, Prince Charming without a horse, saying all the right things, igniting all the right desires. She couldn't imagine the practice he must have had getting women into bed. But even with that knowledge, she couldn't make herself feel like one of the masses. He'd gotten through to her, made her feel like he really thought she was special. And it felt so good. She didn't care whether or not he was sincere. He took a step away and pushed his hand through his hair. "I guess I should have offered you a drink a long time ago. Will ice water do for now? Or tea?" Relief sluiced through her with the distance he adopted. Ryder's intensity surprised her, more so that it seemed to exist on her behalf. But as hard as that cloud of unexpected emotions swirled, it did nothing to dull her attraction for him. And attraction was an understatement. The man had her vibrating on a whole new frequency, and whether it was him or the setting or the fact that her life had gone to hell, all she could think about was riding him like a cowgirl on a wild bull. "Water would be great," she croaked. Water and a side of him. Was this what rebounding was? She hadn't been down this road before, and while her ex wasn't anything to miss, when the scandal broke, she did miss her boring, normal life. Or she thought she had. A few coarsely whispered words from Ryder had her at a loss for breath. What would it be like for him to touch her, for those hands she'd once coveted to possess her? "I'll get the water," he said, "and a tablet for you to use, and I'll meet you back in the guest suite to walk you through what you're doing." She nodded, just as disappointed by the change in subject as she was relieved. But then, mid-exit, he stopped and shot her a grin that turned her legs to rubber. "And then later, I'll meet you at the cabana." Ryder found Aggie where he'd left her moments before. "You talk too much," he said, kissing the top of her head to soften the admonishment. She swatted him on the chest. "If you weren't hiding something, you wouldn't think so." Ryder froze. "What do you mean?" He glanced back, grateful he didn't see Zoe. He'd left her to count curtain rods and pillowcases, and he figured she was glad for the distance. But if she was going to walk up on him, just his luck, that would be now. "I saw how you looked at her," Aggie said with a knowing smile. "Whatever you think you know, you can forget it. She's here to check the orders." Aggie planted her hands on her hips and stared him down. "Seeing as how any one of us can count, I'm not buying that you flew her in just for that. Especially considering you had everything finalized weeks ago." He shrugged. "She's doing quality control. What can I say? They're thorough." She shook her head and shot him a look that made clear what she thought of his claim. "No one waits until 2 weeks before a project of this magnitude opens to double-check the linens. That last rep took the final paperwork with him when he left." "As a matter of fact, there was a tracking notification in the corporate inbox this morning for the final load of supplies. So you might want to tell them to reroute that plane if you want that story of yours to stand." His mouth fell open. "They're being delivered already? They're not due for a week." "You're a big account," Aggie said mildly. "They aim to please." "They aim to please." "Great," he muttered. He'd have to find Zoe and regroup. It wouldn't be that big of a deal to say she was there personally to make sure everything was as he requested. Ever since the construction had been completed, he'd had only a core group at the resort. Just him, Aggie, Hector, Neil, Carson, and a small grounds detail, plus his pilot, who seldom ventured away from his cottage near the airstrip. The rest of the staff was due to arrive in a couple days for training, with the resort's fully booked gala grand opening set for a week from Friday. After a welcomed post-construction lull, things were about to get hectic. It was likely no one would question Zoe's role at the resort, but it wasn't the extended staff Ryder was worried about. It was the people who knew him, the people who had nothing better to do for the duration than watch him watch her. Besides, Aggie added with a waggle to her brow, I've seen the picture. What picture? As if he didn't know, as if the image hadn't immediately filled his brain, despite the fact he kept it tucked away. The picture in that old yearbook of yours. I know it's not high school you're missing, and that photo tucked between the pages speaks volumes. Looks just like her, only a few years ago. Her name isn't Michelle, is it? Aggie's cross-examination would probably impress Zoe, but it got under Ryder's skin. He didn't like dodging the truth, or that anyone could read him so well. He frowned. Part of it is, but that alteration isn't for me. It's for her, so let it be. Again, with the stare that saw right through him, she asked, And what about you? What about you going through my things? He shot back, knowing the deflection would be obvious. But this was dangerous territory, and more for him than Zoe. No one knew how deeply his past scarred him, not even Aggie. She waved a finger in his face. Rubbish, boy. You hired me to head the housekeeping staff, and you left the book lying open. I didn't snoop, but I didn't shut it with my eyes closed either. It's an old picture. I just haven't thrown it out yet. Truth was, he kept the yearbook to stay in touch with his past, just so he wouldn't forget from where he came. The man who had judged Ryder unworthy and thrown money at him so he'd go away had earned Ryder's appreciation, but not his respect. Ryder never wanted to become that kind of judgmental asshole. Aggie parked her hands on her hips and stared him down. Yeah, and you just put it on an airplane and moved it here, rather than leave it with the overwhelming majority of the stuff at your residence on the mainland. I'm not buying there's not something here. Convenient, because he wasn't trying to sell it. He couldn't deny how much he wanted Zoe, and the isolation of the island and the anonymity under which she traveled made that desire dangerous. It made that desire something on which he could act. He just wasn't convinced he could have her and get over her. Scratching an itch seldom made the itch go away, and sinking into that incredible body of hers wasn't something he was likely to do once and forget. But it was more than that. Zoe wanted to escape her privileged life, and he didn't want to be part of her rebellion. 10 years had passed, yet despite his money, he felt like they were in the same place. He would be a distraction from her real life, a fling, a means to an end that didn't include him. Aggie would see right through any denial he made, which told him a whole lot more about his feelings toward Zoe than he wanted to admit. But the truth didn't change the reality. He could take her for a night, but she'd never be his for keeps. He'd worked too hard for what he had to throw it all away. And that would just have to be that. He straightened his back and leveled a glare on her that wouldn't faze her one bit. There's nothing more to tell, Aggie, so make damn sure you don't go around telling it. She huffed and turned her back on him to polish an already invisible pane of glass. He'd known her for years. She'd cleaned his office building when he first started in personal security, and she'd taken an immediate liking, or dislike, perhaps, to him, verbally poking him between the eyes every chance she got. She was relentless, but damned if it didn't grow on him. When he bought the company, he gave her a raise. When he sold it, he took Aggie with him to look after his main residence. And when he talked to her about opening the resort, she was the first one to tell him to go for it, as long as he planned on taking her with him. And just like that, she'd been giving him hell for years. No less so now than back when he had nothing to his name but the second-hand suit on his back. A half-smile tilted his lips. He shook his head, then turned and headed out into the sun. He welcomed the blast of heat and the mottled shade from the palms. No trace of the dead grass he'd endured during his childhood, and none of the green grass he'd coveted next door. He'd made his own way, found his own place. And of all the people in the world, damned if Zoe hadn't found it too. The glint of sunlight on the water reminded him he'd left his sunglasses somewhere, probably at the cabana, where his mind had been on the woman his dream girl had become. The thought of her in that dress had him hard. Way too hard to be walking up on Hector, who would nail his shit to the wall for kicks. "Get to work," Ryder called when he neared the dock where Hector was offloading a supply of alcohol into the back of a pickup truck. Hector glanced up, then gave a pointed look toward the sizable pile of cases he'd already moved. "Nice of you to show, boss man." "Hey, your paycheck clears. I'm just here to take pictures for the brochure." Hector snatched a water bottle from the cooler at his feet and hurled it toward Ryder, who managed to simultaneously duck and snag it from midair. He cracked it open and took a long draw. "So, what's the deal with that woman who showed up here today?" Hector asked. "She sure got the VIP treatment." Ryder measured his words and lied. "No different from anyone else. It's our policy, after all." "You plan on shacking up with all your guests? I didn't realize it was that kind of establishment." "Separate bedrooms," Ryder said, ignoring the dig, although it had sent his mind straight back to the gutter. That she had gotten under his skin so quickly bothered him in a big way. He couldn't remember the last time he'd wanted something he couldn't have. But it hadn't been a woman. With his money, they were a dime a dozen. But this need... Hell, he hadn't felt this way in 10 years. Not since unreachable, unattainable Zoe had looked down her nose at him and made him want all the wrong things. And just like that, here they were again. Everything had changed, but nothing had. Hector dropped a case of drinks on the dock. "Give me a break, man. You have rooms for the employees, fucking luxury apartments. There's something about this chick you're not saying." Ryder gritted his teeth, realizing too late that the muscle flexing in his jaw wouldn't help his case. "There's nothing." Hector's knowing grin made it clear the words were wasted. "Yeah, that's why you're walking with a limp." "Keep it up," Ryder warned. "I won't be the only one." "Well, as long as you're not staking a claim on her." He knew better than to take the bait, but something feral tore through him. "Don't even think about it." Hector laughed. "Whatever. You know you can't lie worth a shit, Nash." Ryder took a deep, telling breath and skirted the truth. "Look, I know her father. She knows her job. It worked out for both of us." Hector smirked. "What's her father gonna think when he finds out what you're doing to her against those pretty little walls she's fixing up for you?" Ryder glared, for what good it did. Hector's taunt hit hard and in the gut, leaving Ryder a little unsteady. "Nothing for him to find out," he said. "And don't you forget that. You'll be on the next flight to Fort Lauderdale." "That's a sorry threat, Nash. Do you know how long it's been since I got laid?" Grateful for the change of subject, Ryder managed a smile. "I don't want to know, but Aggie said to warn you she's on the prowl." Hector touched his fingers to his chin and theatrically tipped his face to the sky as if he was pondering the origin of the universe. "What's that they say about older women in the bedroom? At this point, I don't think I'd turn her down." Ryder cringed and shut his eyes for a long moment, for what good it did. Some things couldn't be unheard or unseen. "Come on, man. She's practically a mother to me. I could have done without that piece of information." Hector shrugged, though his grin didn't suggest he was the least bit sorry. "You started it. I'm ending it." Ryder drained the water bottle and tossed it in the back of the truck, then grabbed a case of beer off the cart on the dock. When he caught Hector staring, he shot his friend a look and grinned. "I'm opening up the bar Friday. I don't care if you guys break into a case tonight. Get moving, or the hot ones are yours." Chapter 6. Zoe would have expected an afternoon spent logging inventory to be boring, but she loved the resort. Every room had an amazing view, and while it was always some combination of glittering pools or shimmering seas against a varying backdrop of blue sky and white sand, each new glimpse was better than the last. She couldn't have been any further from her drab metropolitan D.C. world, nor did she want for it. When she'd boarded the plane to come to Latitude 13, she had done so with the knowledge she was running. And as a rule, she didn't run. Running didn't accomplish anything long-term. But she hadn't cared. She wanted the reporters off her apartment lawn and the bad taste out of her mouth. And she would have gone to Alaska if need be. But she hadn't. By some inexplicable twist of fate, she'd gone to Ryder. She stood outside the cabana she shared with him and dipped a toe in the private pool. The water was deliciously warm, driving into her the urge to strip completely naked and submerge herself in the carefree blue. If she didn't expect Ryder to return at some point, she would have. She'd packed a bikini, but even that didn't seem like enough where he was concerned. She needed something a bit sturdier. Armor, perhaps? And for when he charmed his way through that, a chastity belt. Her cell rang, jolting the pleasure from her thoughts. She glanced at the display. Dad. He was probably livid over her disappearance, even though she'd seen to her clients before taking leave. She'd been avoiding his calls for just that reason, which had probably only made things worse. Knowing she'd regret it, she took the call. "Hello? Where are you?" her father snapped. "On vacation." She cringed at her own evasiveness, but if she told him where she was, he'd probably have a helicopter brought in to rescue her. He was ridiculously overprotective, borderline controlling, considering her age. But he wanted what was best for her, and she appreciated his guidance. He'd built his law firm into the district's best, and she was positioned to take the helm when he retired or was appointed a federal judgeship. "Your vacation is over," he said, in his no-nonsense, I-rule-the-courtroom tone. "You need to get back to work. Now." The connection seethed with his anger. Zoe gripped the phone, unsure why he was being so unreasonable, but not willing to give in. "You know I'm not effective under the circumstances. And now that you're gone, no one is. The reporters and gossip rags are swarming." Zoe rolled her eyes. The man had to have said no comment 1,000 times on behalf of his clients. He couldn't now, for her? "I understand that, and the more distance I have from them now, the better. Stop feeding the sharks and they'll lose interest. It's only a matter of time before another scandal catches fire." "I'm not worried about the next fire. I want this one out. Damage control is you standing by your man." She bit back a laugh. Stand by your man? Where had she heard that before? She kept it to herself, though, because that particular presidential scandal seemed to have ended in marital harmony, and Zoe had no intention of going there. "I'll deal with it when I get back," she said. "For now, if you decide to talk to the reporters, you can tell them I didn't want my personal life to interfere with my client's interests." "I want to know where you are," he demanded. She took in the absolute bliss surrounding her. "Paradise," she said. "Give my love to Mom." "Zoe," she ended the call, then powered off the phone to avoid the return call she knew would be coming. While she wanted to get back to her life, her ex was not part of that desire. She didn't care if marrying him benefited the family, or his money would help her father get to the Supreme Court, or her name would help her ex to the White House. She was done. She wanted something real. Just not falling off a cliff real, like it would be with Ryder. Even if he'd never really spoken to her, she'd have spent many a long, lonely night imagining what he could do to her. But now that he'd voiced what she'd so badly wanted, She was lost. It didn't make sense. She was logical, predictable. She'd been handpicked as potential First Lady material, for heaven's sake. She didn't do one-night or multi-night stands with billionaire players. She'd been so careful about her plan to get away. Step 1, put DC in the rear view and keep it there until the scandal blew over. Step 2, get distracted. So far, mission accomplished and then some. But 2 steps in, she'd hit a snag. She hadn't counted on Ryder, who was more than a distraction. In one short day, he'd begun to fill her every thought. She felt like a starstruck teenager, only her crush wasn't someone distant and unattainable. Her crush was within reach, and he wanted her. At least for a little while. And she throbbed from her want of him. Her ex-fiancé had done more than sexed his way into infamy. He'd shattered her perceptions and made her question her goals. Their more business than pleasure arrangement had been fine until she looked at Ryder, and feelings she thought she'd left in high school exploded in her chest. It was enough for her to realize that when she went back to her real life, she wanted passion. But she wouldn't find it here. This was temporary. She had a real life to get back to. And Ryder would never be a part of that. Ryder spent the better part of the afternoon chastising himself. He knew damn well Zoe was trouble, but no amount of logic overpowered his visceral reaction to her. He'd wanted a lot of things he'd never had. A father who gave a shit, for one. But this was the first time he'd ever had a second chance at something on which he'd missed out. He'd never intentionally make a woman uncomfortable, but he had no qualms about making one hot. And Zoe was blistering. He was sorry for whatever brought her to him, but he knew the value of a good distraction. He couldn't fix what was wrong in her world, but he could make her forget it. And he'd bet good money her daddy would never be the wiser. But if he'd made that bet, he'd be risking everything. Her father's contract saw to that. The late afternoon sun was hot by the time he got back to the cabana. He'd chosen the site to be his home on the island for a number of reasons, not the least of which was the view. In summer, the sun dipped right between the 2 palms that framed the private pool, and with the living space providing a solid buffer between the pool and the rest of the resort, the spot was one of utter solace. But not tonight. Tonight, there was a drop-dead gorgeous woman dipping her toes in the pool, and the sight of her tight body in his private space left him anything but calm. After joining her on the patio, he sat on the chaise next to hers and handed her the umbrella drink he'd had Carson whip up in the resort kitchen. The support staff would be coming soon, so the days of taking it easy were growing short. He had nearly a 1-to-1 ratio of staff to guests, and while everyone he'd hired had been professionally trained in their intended capacity, they needed to learn their way around Latitude 13. The resort was fully booked, and the opening gala he'd been planning for weeks was just a few short days away. Everything he'd worked for since the moment he'd set foot on the island more than 2 years ago was about to pay off. And damned if temptation hadn't shown up at the worst possible time, but in the best possible way. Zoe twisted the straw in her glass. "Thanks for the drink." "You're welcome, but you don't look much like you want it." "To the contrary, I'd like to savor it. This day has been surreal, to say the least." She took a sip and swirled her toes through the water. Her legs were so damn beautiful, long and lean and built to be thrown over his back. He'd spent more time than he'd like to admit thinking about that, and though he hadn't done so in years, he sure as hell hadn't forgotten how. But he needed to forget, pronto, otherwise these would be the longest 2 weeks of his life. "Long flight?" he asked. "Small talk. Yeah, that would fix things." "Long overdue." He took a swig of his beer and kicked at the water. "How was the final leg?" "Your jet? Amazing. If you're hiring flight attendants, That's a tempting offer. And high praise coming from someone who's used to living in the lap of luxury. She tipped her head to look at him. My apartment is okay, but I wouldn't call it luxurious. But you weren't talking about that, were you? He leaned back on the chaise, propping himself on his arms. Water under the bridge. After a long silence, she said, Why didn't you ever talk to me back then? So much for forgetting, for not going there. He glanced at the water, wishing it was colder, less like 80 and more like ice. Anything less would do little for his growing problem. What was there to say? I wasn't going to apologize for annoying the hell out of you. In fact, I was kind of going for that, so to apologize would make me a liar, and that's not something I do. She looked down and toyed with her straw. Why didn't you ever say you were interested? Mid-drink, he nearly spit out his beer. Is that what you wanted me to say? It would have been good to know. What would you have done about it? He tried to keep his tone light, but the subject hit him in the gut. Other than tormenting Zoe by ruining her view, the memories weren't good ones. Ryder didn't carry much baggage, but he'd never quite crawled out from the shadow of inferiority cast by the house next door. Maybe he could have, if not for the contract. But it was really fucking sad that the rich guy in the tall house thought so little of Ryder, that he'd pay him a tidy sum to stay away from his daughter. Ryder had been a pissant for sure, with a chip on his shoulder a mile wide, but he'd stayed in school. He'd never broken the law, never gotten into any trouble beyond ignoring the occasional noise ordinance while working on that car late at night. Nothing deserving of exile, but he'd taken it anyway. He would have taken almost anything to get out of that hell. I don't know, she said. There was something about you, something I wanted, maybe something I envied. He hadn't seen that one coming, not at all. You saw my life. What was there to envy? She shrugged. You know how high school is. Her evasion intrigued him as much as her confession. He pinned her down with a stare and didn't relent. I know that absolutely does not answer my question. She met his gaze head on. You had the freedom to not care about anything, while the rest of us struggled to fit in. The rich girls? God, I hate that term. The rich girls date the team captains and quarterbacks, but they all secretly want the bad boys. He took another swig of his drink. You know why? Do you? She sounded startled and amused. Rebellion, he said, the word a bitter taste in his mouth. You live your perfect little lives, and eventually want to do something your daddy wouldn't approve of. So you take the bad boy for a spin. Pretend he matters just long enough to rock the boat or feel good. Or until you start to want for those extravagant country club affairs. Then you dump him for someone more socially acceptable. She frowned. That's not what I did. Maybe not, but that's what you wanted. He took in her troubled expression and felt like an ass. But why? Because he was right? Nothing to be gained there, but the truth hurt. He suspected it hurt them both. And you don't do relationships then or now. So tell me you didn't want the same thing, she challenged. They stood, glaring at each other for a beat of silence. Then he took a deep breath and shook his head, like he was trying to shake off their entire uncomfortable conversation. How's your sense of humor? She studied him, her brow knit over his apparent change of subject. Your guess is as good as mine. It's been a long time since I found anything funny. He set down his drink, then reached to take hers and put it on the concrete next to his. Then he stood and reached for her hand. She gave it, tentatively, and he pulled her to her feet, and promptly stepped backward into the pool, pulling her in with him. The water was warm, almost like bath water, but she sucked in a breath anyway, probably from surprise. She landed upright, and he didn't waste any time caging her against the edge. Her eyes were wide, uncertain, but when she focused on his lips, he knew he had her. "I'm telling you now, I wanted you. I wanted you so motherfucking bad. I didn't have the nerve to say it, but I will now. I want you. So the question remains, what are you going to do about it?" He left the words out there, half hoping she'd shoot him down. That's all it would take. She could so easily wreck what was left of his ego, at least where she was concerned, and put an end to this incessant want. But if he expected snooty, he'd missed it by a mile. She tilted her head. He could have sworn she'd kiss him, but no. She pressed her lips together and stared at his mouth. I'd say that was a loaded question. He shook his head, a single slow denial that had her trembling. He waited for her to meet his eyes before he spoke. "Actually, it's a simple one. You've got your bad boy, princess. What are you going to do with me now?" Through the gift of peripheral vision, he caught sight of her chest heaving, wet dress plastered to her breasts in a seduction all its own. But he couldn't tear his gaze away from hers. He wouldn't make it that easy, especially not when standing there so close to her was about all he could take. He tasted her once that day. It hadn't been enough. "Is there still something you want, princess?" She met his gaze through her lashes, uncertainty tangling with something bold. Desire. Yes. Then take it. He almost felt bad at the way she trembled, but almost didn't cut it. She was a grown woman. She'd started something with him earlier. He had no qualms about finishing, but he wasn't going to push himself on her. He was going to make her fucking beg. She just stared at him for the longest time. A string of emotions played through her eyes, and he didn't know what a damn one meant. But she was in the middle of making a decision, so he waited. Finally, she reached for him, traced her fingers along his jaw. With her attention on her travels, he took advantage of the chance to study her up close. If she wore makeup, it was so natural he didn't notice, not even from less than a foot away. Thick lashes framed wide, intelligent eyes. Her skin was smooth, flawless. He wondered what she thought of his scars. Her index finger landed on his lips, a replay of what had happened in the guest suite, and sent his imagination into overdrive. Though the vision had "bad idea" written all over it, in his mind she was already in his bed, clutching at the sheets as if they could save her. As if anything could. She tipped her head again like she was going to kiss him, and his arms shook with the need to touch her, pull her close. But he kept his hands fixed on the side of the pool and let her lean into him. She gained some height, tiptoes maybe, and when she dropped her hand from his mouth, he just knew he was going to taste her, to feel the torturous slide of her tongue against his. But she hesitated. In the quiet aftermath of her indecision, he took a breath. She was off limits, and he'd do well to remember it. Though it killed him, he took a step back and averted his attention from the flash of uncertainty that clouded her eyes. Even still, he saw her straighten, stiffen, and match his retreat with a step of her own. She cleared her throat. "How is it possible you haven't found anyone to share this with you?" A beat passed before he answered. "It's not that I'm against relationships. I guess given my past, it's hard to trust that the women who are interested don't just want my money, because they sure wouldn't want anything to do with me if I were still fixing up old cars. Except Aggie, of course. He grinned. But how about you? If you like island living so much, why don't you chuck it all and buy one yourself? The question took a couple of watts out of what looked like a forced smile, leaving him feeling like an ass without really knowing why. Unfortunately, I couldn't, even if I wanted to, she said. Life back home awaits. Life, my father, the law firm I'm supposed to take over when he retires. I've been working my whole life toward that goal. That's a hell of a thing tying you down. It's complicated. She raised a cupped hand out of the pool and tipped it, watching the water pour out. I think you attorney types have a habit of making things complicated, whether they are or not. His words earned him a sharp glance, but then she sighed. You're probably right. You only get one ride, Princess. If you're not happy, figure out how to get there. Funny, the irony. Her father had basically given Ryder options, and he'd be willing to bet her father was exactly the one to take hers away. So, are you happy? She asked. He held out his arms in dramatic fashion. Look at this. Who wouldn't be? She rolled her eyes. Let me rephrase. Are you happy without anyone to share this with? Straight to the cross-examination. Happier than I ever was looking. Why is that? He shrugged. After a while, you stop trusting people. There's no such thing as just sex once you make the Forbes list. And anything more than that, forget it. Everyone has an agenda, and I'm tired of being on it. That's really sad. She tilted her head. I guess we're both a little pathetic in our own ways. Both running. He opened his mouth to tell her he wasn't running, but he hadn't bought an entire island, population him, because he'd been content to stand still. There was just one difference. I've stopped running. What about you? She sank past her shoulders, a small smile shaping her lips, as tiny waves bumped her chin. For me to quit running, you'd have to fire up that jet of yours and send me back to where I came from, so I could face what happened there. You'll have to do that eventually. Yes, and eventually I want to. My eyes are opened in a way they weren't before. I want to go back on my terms, start working for what I want, instead of doing everything to please my father. In a way, I'm grateful for what happened. I have a second chance, but until the gossip rags move on to the next scandal, I'd be ineffective, and I don't want to walk back into failure. Her confession shifted something inside him. All these years, she existed in his mind on the pedestal her daddy built for her, a place where Ryder figured nothing went wrong, even though logically he knew better. Scandal that hit both on personal and professional levels had a way of devastating most people, shattering illusions. But not her. He admired that she took the blow she'd been dealt and wanted to do something with it. He related a little too well. But did she know that? She hadn't laid eyes on him in 10 years. Having money didn't make him a good guy. If anything, his past suggested the contrary. He imagined she placed a degree of trust in him because of the unexpectedly mutual friend who had arranged for her visit. But trust was a damned hard thing to win. In retrospect, he was shocked she hadn't taken one look at him and demanded to go home. She probably hadn't the wherewithal to do so at the time, but now she had time to think. And he cared a little too much about what she thought of him. But hadn't that always been the problem? So much of his life had been shaped by disapproval. It was past time to move on, past time for a truce, not just with her, but with the man he'd once been. Which gave him an idea. There's an opening gala, he said. I heard. You should be there. A fresh start for both of them, he with his resort, and for her, a return to the public eye. but on her terms. No mobs of paparazzi and no one bringing up the scandal she wanted to forget. The guests he'd invited had manners. "Get with Aggie with your dress size, and I'll bring in a few for you to try." To her quizzical expression, he added, "It's black tie." Black tie? Fuck. Too late, he realized his mistake. His guest list included everyone from A-list celebrities to U.S. senators and state governors and their wives. Every well-heeled eye in the place would be on the woman who, by her own account, had been the subject of a recent scandal. They'd have to be. A woman as gorgeous as Zoe wouldn't go unnoticed under any circumstances, let alone in that crowd. Which only meant one thing. If he'd ever had a chance of keeping his association with Zoe a secret from her father, he'd just shot it all to hell. Chapter 7. The next morning, Zoe powered on her phone and waited for approximately 11,000 notifications to come through, every one of which she intended to delete unread. She kept one eye on the dinging phone and the other on Ryder, who stood at the stove frying bacon and scrambling eggs for omelets. "You cook? You think anyone ever cooked for me?" "I just figured by now." He shook his head, then walked over and handed her a cup of coffee. "Nah, not my style. If having money made me too helpless to fix my own breakfast, I'd probably give it back. I'm my own man first, man with money second." He paused, his gaze skating over her. "Something wrong with your phone? Or do you normally have that many notifications?" She shifted uneasily, not willing to admit the ridiculous degree to which her father was involved in her life. Approximately 10,000 of the messages were probably from him. "My friends and business associates don't know where I am." "I figured it would be your parents." "Well, alrighty then." I mentioned a vacation. "You like mushrooms? Spinach?" "Yes." He stunned her. How was this man single? She wondered all the way through breakfast, then decided to cyberstalk him the minute he went out the door. She hadn't brought her laptop, and there was no way she was using the tablet he'd given her for inventory, so her cell phone would have to do. She learned pretty quickly that Ryder kept an astoundingly low profile for a man whose net worth reportedly touched 10 figures. The first dozen or more search results for his name were all real estate transactions and business deals, most consisting of nothing more than standard legal notices. She scanned through a couple of pages that might be considered articles, all referencing real estate transactions, and learned nothing her contact hadn't already told her. Apparently Ryder was far more rich than famous, for he'd garnered very little attention. That could also only mean he was well behaved. Anything else would have been a field day for a reporter looking for a story to spin. She sat back against the leather sofa and stared at Ryder's bedroom door, wanting. But sleeping with him would be crazy, and Zoe didn't do crazy things. She got up and rinsed her coffee cup. Ryder told her she didn't need to rush over to the resort, but it wasn't as if she had anything else to do. Other than the Caribbean stretched endlessly beyond the white sand, its waters the same cerulean blue as Ryder's eyes. In her short tenure on the island, she'd yet to walk out on the beach. For that matter, she couldn't remember the last time she'd been on one, and never one as gorgeous as this. She couldn't think of a better way to kill some time, especially considering it kept her out of the line of fire of questions. She wasn't concerned with her identity getting out. She doubted Ryder's inner circle would betray the confidence. But she didn't want to contradict anything he may have said. The more she kept to herself, the better. She put on her new bikini and found she was a lot more self-conscious in it now than she had been in the store's dressing room. Just the thought of Ryder's hungry gaze skating over her body was enough to draw chills over every inch of flesh, and that was in spite of an inferno that seemed to rage every time she thought of him. Which was often. Fortunately, he was off doing whatever one did before launching a resort, and she'd have the beach to herself. The sand was powder soft, the sea so tranquil, Zoe almost felt like an intruder in a world that wasn't hers. Still, she paused only for a moment before walking out into the water, kicking out her feet to swim when the water reached her belly. After several tranquil laps, she dove under. When she broke the surface, she was richly rewarded when a school of brightly colored fish shimmied in unison as they darted away from her disruption. "Looks like you have some rebel in you after all." Zoe jolted at the sound of Ryder's voice. She turned to find him standing in the water just a few feet away, nothing but bare skin visible. She looked below the surface, somewhat relieved he wasn't naked, and back up again to see him grinning. "I can take them off." She ignored his offer. "Why am I a rebel?" "You're not supposed to swim alone." He pointed to a sign on the beach, noting as much. "Then why do the cabanas have private pools?" "Let me rephrase. You're not supposed to swim alone offshore. You drown in the pool, at least we'll all know what happened." "Charming." He laughed. "Want to help me out? I could use some feedback from a tourist." She eyed the gear in his hands, unsure what she was getting herself into. "Okay." "Easy and harmless, I promise." "If it's so easy and harmless," she asked warily, "why haven't you told me yet what you're talking about?" "Snorkeling. Not to be confused with scuba. You stay at or near the surface, unless you want to dive. But we'll work up to that. I assume you're a strong swimmer, since you didn't have any qualms about being out here alone." "Yep, no problem there." Other than she wondered how long he'd been watching her, but the idea thrilled her, maybe even more so than mortified her. To catch up with her so quickly, he'd had to have almost followed her out. Although now that she thought about it, she hadn't looked behind her. She'd been too mesmerized by the sea ahead. He tossed her a vest, then slipped into a second one. "This is a snorkeling vest. It won't keep you from diving or going under, but it will provide some buoyancy. It helps with fatigue, which can kind of creep up on you if you get involved with the view, or if you're not used to swimming in currents. I'll stay with you, and Neil knows we're out here. But if you start to get tired, let me know. Where we're going, you'll be able to touch the bottom, so I don't anticipate any trouble." After she'd gotten into the vest, he handed her the snorkel and mask. "Breathing through the tube is simple enough, though it takes some getting used to. The problem most people have is when they get water in there. It can happen if a wave hits, a boat wake can do it even in calm water, or if you end up with your head deeper than you thought and accidentally submerge the tube. At which point I suck in a lungful of water." He grinned. "Pretty much, but it'll probably only happen once." "Yeah, I'm betting you pretty much only drowned the one time." "You won't drown," he said, laughing. Good for him, so easily amused. "Breathing water when you expect air can be scary, but the solution is as simple as blowing through the snorkel to get rid of the water. It'll take some practice. If you start to panic, just lift your head, spit out the tube, and breathe the old-fashioned way. When you're ready, blow out the snorkel and get back to it." He waited while she practiced clearing the tube. "Think I've got it." "Just remember, it's a little harder when you're not expecting it. Ready to swim?" His gaze skated lower. Her breasts, her abdomen, her muscles tightened with need. Oh, dear God. They'd finally fallen into companionable conversation, one not seething with sexual overtones, and he had to go and look at her like that. "Ready," she managed to choke. "We're heading for those shadows under the water," he said, pointing off to the right. "You practice breathing with your face in the water, and I'll stay up here so I can see if you get into any trouble." Pathetic, the way her heart melted at that. He'd give the same direction to anyone, of course, but her insides had taken it personally and gone to mush. Still, she managed to make it from point A to point B without sucking in a lungful of water, though the memory of the softness and warmth of his lips on hers made CPR sound all kinds of tempting. Get a grip. There was nothing between them but a past acquaintance. She wanted to go home to D.C. She belonged in D.C. And he must have everything he ever wanted here in the world he'd created for himself, a world that would absolutely never include her. He'd made that clear. "There will be a lot of fish and plant life around this reef," he said. "Move slowly and try to keep your feet up. The less you disturb the sand and water, the more you'll be able to see." He pointed to a school of fish visible from the surface. "From here, they look like queen angelfish. They're blue and yellow, and at the right angle appear to glow." "Wow," she said, impressed. She had pegged him for knowing one socket from another, but tropical fish? "Don't be so surprised," he said with a wry grin. "It's probably the only one I know. Quintessential tourist favorite, and soon on a souvenir near you. Neil is trying to teach me a few others, but I get so caught in the view, I forget to label things." He laughed. "Too much like school." "So, why are you out here, teaching me?" He looked at her for a minute before he spoke. Then softly, "Because it's nice to have someone to share it with." Grip gone. She almost cried. Honest to goodness cried, standing there shoulder deep in the glorious Caribbean with the bad boy she'd always wanted, one who owned a lethal combination of sweet and sexy, like he'd invented it. Everything he did was a seduction. But he was so gracious, so humble. He had the world at his fingertips, but when he looked at her, she felt like she was his world. And that was a dangerous feeling. He wasn't hers, but already he'd made her feel what no man before him had. Then again, that's probably why his high school car had a revolving back door. The man had seduction down to a science. Shit. She blinked back the burn of tears, grateful she could blame the water and he'd never be the wiser. Still, she looked away, at least until the lump faded from her throat. "That came out wrong," he said. "It's just nice to have a familiar face here, and such a beautiful one at that." Yep, he had the player thing down, and she'd been played enough. She was done. "You okay?" He stood watching her, concern etching his forehead. "I think I'm going to be." He gave her an odd look, but she didn't care. She was a long way from being okay in the truest sense of the word, but she'd get there. "So, what's next?" "You and me, babe. Let's go see if we know our fish." Chapter 8. Nerves tattered Zoe's spine 2 days later as she approached the pool. It was the same one she passed upon her initial arrival, only now it was very much alive. Laughter drifted on the waves like music, small twinkling lights overhead, indistinguishable from the starry night sky. Even though it was just a small gathering of staff, the scene looked like it belonged in a movie. Despite her crippling desire for a drink, second thoughts turned into thirds. She wasn't ready for this. More pretending. Hers was the smallest of untruths, but she just wanted to be herself, and the self with which she most readily identified was the one achingly familiar with Ryder, who had increasingly taken over her thoughts. It had been one thing when she associated him with nothing but the promise of sex, but after snorkeling, she found she craved his friendship as much as she did his body. He was off limits, though, and it was as much his assertion as hers. So why did he have to be so gorgeous, in a pair of board shorts, touristy hibiscus print and all? He sat on the edge, feet dangling in the water and a beer in his hand. And when he looked up, he snagged her with his gaze. He smiled and wrecked her. Zoe looked away, praying the heat that tainted her blood at the sight of him didn't give her away. When she did, she found Aggie walking toward her with a drink, which Zoe took gratefully. "You're an angel." "Don't think nothing of it, honey," Aggie said. At first, Zoe thought she was talking about the beverage, but Aggie was looking at Ryder. "What do you mean?" "Any woman would look at him that way. No one will realize it's because you have a past." Aggie knew of their past. Denial crept up her throat, but she drowned it with alcohol. Good alcohol. "What is this?" "It's a cocktail called Absolute Stress. You looked like you could use it." Zoe forced a laugh. "I looked like I could use stress?" Aggie waved her hand. "Heaven's child, something to relieve it. You just might prove to be as difficult as that, as Mr. Nash." "Something tells me you don't normally refer to him as Mr. Nash." She shook her head, which seemed to neither confirm nor deny Zoe's suspicion. With her gaze directed toward Ryder, she said, "I've been his housekeeper for years. But before that, he was a new hire at a security agency where I was on cleaning staff. I enjoyed riling that one up, I did. He was a little uptight. But I might not have ridden him so hard if I'd known why." Zoe took another sip of her drink. "The orange juice in this tastes fresh." "Fresh squeezed, just for tonight." Zoe swished the drink and watched Ryder throw his head back in laughter. Two of the men with him followed suit, while the third scowled. She suspected the indignity feigned, and her feelings were more or less confirmed when the straight-faced man cracked a smile. She glanced at Aggie, then back at the pool. She didn't feel she should ask, but how could she not? "Why was he uptight?" "Honey, I have a feeling you know." She swirled her straw in her drink. Did she? The number of hours she'd spent staring at him didn't add up to knowing anything beyond what he left on the surface. And for most people, that was only what they wanted you to see. Ryder didn't strike her as manipulative. If anything, the way he turned her inside out with the sex talk suggested he was blunt. But who had he been back then? Besides devastatingly sexy, she didn't know. "I don't think anyone knew," she said softly. Aggie waved a dismissive hand before settling both on her hips and giving Zoe a look she swore went right through her. I reckon it was all for the best, but sometimes I think he lost something he can't get back. He can't want for a thing money can buy, but there's something he hasn't found yet, and I don't think it'll be for sale when he does." Aggie's tone saddened Zoe. It also perplexed her. "You know I'm just the decorator, right? Do you really think I'd be saying any of this if you were just the decorator?" She punctuated the sentiment with a pointed look, then left Zoe for the dry side of the swim-up bar, where she promptly began haranguing the man Zoe assumed to be the former bartender Carson for leaving his station. He simply shook his head and went to task, mixing a drink for Aggie without even asking what she wanted. The group was clearly a family, and Zoe envied them. She'd never found herself like this, on the outside, looking in, but she couldn't remember the last time she'd heard laughter beside her family's pool. Her father's goal had long been to sit on the Supreme Court, and in chasing that appointment, he'd lost all trace of humor. He lived as if smiling, with some kind of indignity. Her mother had once been a vibrant woman. Zoe had seen the pictures to prove it. But for as long as Zoe could remember, Charlene Davenport had been as subdued and solemn as her husband. Any emotion he showed tended to be politically fueled, and her mother must have tolerated his rants. But that was the end of her interaction with him. Zoe didn't get the impression her parents were unhappy together, but she didn't get the sense they ever had any fun either. How ironic that the tables had turned, that he now surrounded himself with the kind of family relationships she felt were missing from her life. He caught her staring and stood, drawing to his full height like he was in some kind of advertisement for beach resorts, or six-packs, or sin. A visual trace of his abdomen was akin to that first big drop on a roller coaster, or maybe the click to the top when your heart was in your throat because you knew what the ride would entail. And what a ride it would be. The man was better than a sculpture. He was real. You enjoying that drink? She'd been so lost in her thoughts that his proximity hadn't registered until she felt the heat of his skin, definitely closer than he'd been to the guys. He stood protectively, and while it didn't have to mean anything, it did. She wasn't worried about her cover on the island. Even if word got out that she was there was no way any two-bit gossip columnist would get near her. She doubted if any cared enough to try. She might be news now, but the DC and national rags had plenty of scandal to keep them busy without burning up frequent flyer miles to find her. Yeah, I am. It's probably one of the best drinks I've ever had. God, his eyes were mesmerizing. Why hadn't anyone put him in a movie? She could stare at him for days, but that was something she'd figured out years ago. She was surprised to realize she missed those days, but no way they'd compete with being this close to him now. He turned and held up his beer, signaling his desire for another, then tossed it at the same time the bartender shot one his way. The bottles crossed in midair, Ryder catching the refill with practiced ease. He popped the twist top off and took a long swallow, in the process giving her a great view of the tat on his bicep. She'd noticed it upon her arrival, but until that moment, the details had escaped her. Now, there was no mistaking what it depicted. A horse's ass. What's the story behind that tattoo? She stared appreciatively. He had the kind of arms normally covered in ink. Rock star muscles, built but agile. Works of art within themselves. God, how'd they'd feel around her. I got it when I was 18 from a traveling gypsy-type artist who had a shop in New Orleans. I'd just left home and decided I was going to be a rebel. And your idea of rebellion is the ass end of a horse? He choked on a burst of laughter. Nah, it was supposed to be the sign of Sagittarius. Spontaneous, exciting, optimistic, honest and strong-willed. Ambitious. And modest. He snorted. The other half of the horse is an archer. Her brow hitched. The other half of the horse is missing. Yeah, well, getting this half traumatized me more than I thought it would. I hate needles. Zoe laughed, hard. And you're a bodyguard, which is precisely why I felt a civic responsibility to guard my body from additional pain. She leaned into him, taking a closer look. That's not how they do it. Not one part, then the other. Isn't there supposed to be an outline of the whole thing before they fill it in? Says who? I think I saw it on TV. Again, he laughed. Fair enough. Though I must say, I'm intrigued that a straight-laced decorator watches people tattoo things on TV. Yeah, that was her. Boring, straight-laced attorney. She couldn't blame him for seeing her that way. After all, the first brush with excitement she'd had in years sent her running. But she was also inexplicably disappointed by his assessment. He'd want someone sexy, dangerous. Someone who didn't stun him by watching the Learning Channel. Definitely someone other than her. So what happened? She asked. I wasn't sure how I wanted the archer. I told them to start with the horse, and I'd figure it out after I saw how it looked. All I actually figured out was that I wasn't going back there. He shook his head. I've been shot. I've been hit by a car. I took a dive out of a helicopter, low-flying, mind you, and I'd take any one of them again before I take another hit from that tattoo gun. You fell out of a helicopter? Yeah, but I've hit the ground harder. When? He took a long drink before he answered. Twice. Once when I took a dive down a flight of stairs. And the other? Another long silence. Laughter rang across the pool. Aggie was in the thick of the other three men, no doubt giving them a run for their money. Zoe caught Ryder watching them, a hint of a smile shaping his lips. Want to go for a walk? He asked when he noticed Zoe looking at him. You're going to duck out on your own party? To say nothing of her question. They're here for the bar, not me. At the rate the drinks were flowing, it was a convincing argument. "If you're not comfortable with me," he said, "don't feel like you have to say yes. I hope you've realized by now that I'm harmless. But if you're not convinced..." He pointed to a long, faded scar she hadn't noticed, running the length of his leg. "Aim there. I'll go down like a sack." "What happened?" "What happened is I thought you'd look damn beautiful standing on the beach. So I asked you to go for a walk." As dismissive as his words were, his tone was gentle, almost playful. "I'd like that," she said. He took her glass and walked over to get it refilled. Realizing she was about to leave without speaking the first word to his friends, she followed him, finding herself inexplicably nervous to meet them. After a few years in the courtroom, very few people rattled her. Ryder's friends weren't exactly intimidating, with their riotous laughter and ready smiles. But worry skated her spine. If they didn't like her, then Ryder... hell, he was the one she was worried about. Thus far, she and the guys had only exchanged polite waves through windows, as they hadn't any reason to toil around the guest rooms where she had spent the past few days. He shot her a mildly sympathetic, predominantly amused look, then turned to the little group by the bar. "I guess I couldn't keep you to myself forever. Michelle Elliott, please meet Neil, Hector, and Carson. Neil is our charter boat captain and water sports guy. Hector is a pilot, and he's into extreme adventure, which usually translates into some kind of trouble. Carson is one hell of a bartender, but overqualified. And Miss Elliott was just about to see the beach." Neil grinned. With sandy light brown hair and a deep tan, he looked like he belonged on the water. "I know you like to be in the middle of everything, Nash, so if you want to stay here and babysit these miscreants, I'd be happy to show her..." A cutting look from Ryder put a quick end to Neil's sentence, but the smile didn't fade. Clearly, he'd been goading Ryder. "You boys behave," Aggie said. She winked at Zoe and playfully popped Hector across the back of the head. "What?" he sputtered. "I didn't say anything." "But you were about to," Aggie shot back. Carson shook his head and bypassed Ryder to personally hand Zoe her drink. "It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Miss Elliott." Of the four men, Carson, with his clean-cut, graying hair and button-down shirt, looked the executive part. Ryder had told her Carson was a former CFO, and he hadn't entirely shed the look. She gave him a grateful smile and forced herself not to tell them all to call her Zoe. "The pleasure is all mine. That was one of the best drinks I've had in quite a while. Always happy to serve. And also, it's my job." Zoe laughed. Ryder touched her arm. "Shall we?" "It's good to meet you all," Zoe said with a small wave. "Aggie, nice to see you again." "We need to open in a week," Ryder said. "So don't tear down the place." "Hear ya, boss man." Ryder shook his head, then touched her back to indicate she should start walking. The intimacy of the gesture didn't elude her, nor did the signal it sent to the rest of the guys. Hands off. The caveman tactic probably should have offended her, but it had been so long since she'd felt wanted, and it didn't hurt that she was madly attracted to him. There could never be anything between them. Her father was grooming her to take over his DC law firm, which seemed about as far from the sparkling Caribbean as a person could get. But it didn't matter. Just being near Ryder resurrected feelings she'd long forgotten. He represented a time of her life when she'd been carefree, when the greatest of her problems was the noise he made outside her window, and whether he'd ever look her way and actually see her. He sees you now. He looked as if he wanted to ask her what she was thinking, but he didn't. Instead, he let the wash of the sea do the talking. Soft, melodic, beautiful. Quietly, they walked the short distance over powder-soft sand to the water's edge. Unlike the ocean with its huge waves and churning water, this water lay calm, moonlight glinting nearly undisturbed at the edge of the sea. "I can see why you love it here," she said. "It felt like home the instant my feet touched the sand," he admitted. "First time since I sold the security firm that anything felt right. Bought it on the spot." "Did you always want to open a resort?" He laughed. "I can honestly say there wasn't one moment while I stood there tinkering with that car that I ever thought I'd open a resort. I never knew how to dream. Never knew I could." "You're a long way from that." "Yeah, a lot happened in 10 years. That was the understatement of the century. "So, how did you get here?" He looked past her to a point somewhere over her shoulder. "I left town on graduation day. The rest is a cliche in the making. I was in a bar, 3 sheets to the wind, when a fight broke out. It didn't look like a fair fight, so I jumped in to even things up a little. I was angry with the world and took it out on a guy twice my size." He grinned and looked at her. The little guy I'd saved was a hothead celebrity trying to go incognito off the grid. And when he figured out he was out of his element, he threw some cash at me to sit by him the rest of the night. A couple of referrals later, I was in the personal security business. I signed on with an agency, and in no time, they were pulling me in for foreign dignitaries and high-profile cases. And suddenly, I was someone. I had no family, no ties, no reason not to take every risk to keep my clients safe. And it showed. I was top man. I never spent a dime of that money, just invested it and got lucky a few times. And when my boss decided to retire and the firm came up for sale, I managed to pull together the funds. He shook his head. Had a couple of friends in high places by then. I had people who wanted to see me succeed. And then what happened? He stared off at the water for a moment before he spoke. I did well for a long time. And then I failed them by quitting. She frowned. "I cannot imagine you could be considered a failure by anyone's standards." He shrugged, as if it didn't matter, but she suspected it did. "You'd be surprised," he said. "This failure, was that when you sold the company?" He nodded. "Yeah, when I hurt my leg." "On a case?" He barked a short, self-depreciating laugh. "Nope. I was walking down the stairs carrying coffee and a donut, and the donut started to fall. I made a grab for it, I lost my balance, and broke my leg in 2 places over a damn 50-cent donut. Wasn't even one I really liked." "Did you at least get to eat it?" He looked at her and shook his head. "Yeah, wore the coffee and the second-degree burns that came from it. But I was able to enjoy the donut while waiting for the ambulance to arrive." She bit back a smile. "At least you've kept your sense of humor." "I haven't had a donut since." "Coffee?" "Can't quit it." She laughed. "Anyway, bones knit together all right, and I don't have much of a limp unless I'm fatigued. But a direct blow will put me to my knees. Needless to say, I'm useless as a bodyguard or a personal security specialist, and there's no way I was going to spend my life behind a desk. So I sold the company, made a few bucks, and started flipping real estate. I dabbled in it while I was still working security. I enjoyed the challenge of finding the next big thing, and the money was good, more than I knew what to do with." He shrugged. "You don't need 2 good legs to do this gig, so it was a natural next step. Eventually, I found and was able to afford this island. And here we are." "Here we are," she echoed softly. He shook his head and laughed. "At the wrong kind of party." She stared, a little taken aback by his shift in demeanor. "Excuse me?" He grinned so perfect and sexy she started to think she imagined the cloud that hovered over him when he told her about his past. "Pity party," he said. "Not my style. Take off your shoes." She froze. shoes still securely strapped to her feet. "What? You're not afraid of the water at night, are you?" "Are you kidding me? I have a world-class bodyguard. Although, yes, weren't sharks supposed to feed at night?" "Let the record show. That's attorney talk, right?" When she rolled her eyes and nodded, he continued. "Let the record show you've assigned me to be your bodyguard. And if I'm not mistaken, I think that makes checking you out part of my official duties." "So what's my excuse for checking you out?" As soon as she spoke, she nearly slapped her hand over her mouth. Her drink had gone from relieving stress to causing it, but the look on his face made the flash of embarrassment worth it. "You don't need one, Princess. I spent too many years wishing you'd see me." This guy had flirting all wrong. Too sweet, too thoughtful, too much like something he'd already said he couldn't be. "Did you not earlier bemoan the way I used to look down on you? Because my window was above your head, as previously discussed." "Have you taken off your shoes?" She looked toward the sky and kicked off her sandals, then tried not to melt when he took her free hand and playfully dragged her to the water's edge. When the first surge hit her feet, she squealed, expecting cold, then realized how warm it was. Wow, 82 degrees. It feels warmer at night when the air temperature dips. It feels incredible. They stood face to face, just a few inches away from full body contact. His hold on her shifted, his fingers winding through hers. He tugged her a step closer, and in low, dangerous tones said, "I shouldn't be here with you." In her little euphoric bubble, the words registered slowly. "Shouldn't be here with you." 1,000 possible reasons converged, all valiantly trying to save her heart from the ache that crawled in. But they didn't matter. For reasons she didn't fully comprehend, his words stung. "But," he added, "I don't really give a fuck." When she met his eyes, he was already looking at her. And when she froze, he tugged at her hand one more time until she landed against him. His lips at first brushed hers softly, then with more intensity, with possession. And when he deepened the kiss and dropped her hand to press the small of her back, she finally got the chance to ease her fingers through his hair. But her attempt at polite exploration went to hell when he dragged her fully against him and kissed her deeper still. Her frantic heartbeat belied the gentleness of his touch. Slow and lazy, teasing and tender, he found every corner of her soul with that kiss. In a world as vast as the sea swirling at her ankles, an unending blanket of stars overhead, it was just the two of them. Just the softness of his lips contrasting wildly with an early hint of stubble on his jaw, and her irrepressible need to drink it in. His soapy scent tangled with the sea air, clean and fresh and free. The wet sand felt like silk between her toes, and the delicate pressure of his hand at her back like heaven. His fingers curled downward, flirting with the curve of her ass. But he didn't go there. He didn't go anywhere. He just lingered, a long, slow slide into torture. Whether the alcohol or the man, Zoe was suddenly hot. So hot. She wanted him to grab her and fulfill his every dirty fantasy, to take away the decision he never asked her to make. She was torn between taking off his clothes with her teeth and putting enough distance between them that she could take a deep breath, not one laced with his intoxicating scent, and figure out what the hell she was doing. Her desire to dodge scandal seemed a little too distant, her reasons for avoiding him too weak. She no longer needed space. She needed Ryder Nash, working those long, agile fingers into her body while he owned her with his mouth. She wanted to know firsthand his strength, his passion. And instead, he broke the kiss. "You take away my control," he said gruffly, his lips brushing hers when he spoke. You make me want to let you have it, to give every damn shred to you and just fall. His arm tightened around her, erasing any potential for thinking the words were laced with regret. Did she want them to be? Just one night. She'd spent countless moments craving her bad boy neighbor, and now he'd touched her, tasted her, and it wasn't enough. She didn't care about his money. She never had been one of those women who chased assets, but now that she'd been humiliated by a growing number of that class, she despised them more than ever. And her ex, what had he been thinking? She'd once thought him a decent guy, but clearly he had an ego on him if he thought digital proof of his indiscretions wouldn't go public. Zoe would have been a good wife, but she wouldn't be a doormat. She wouldn't be disrespected. She wouldn't... Where are you, Zoe? She looked into Ryder's clear blue eyes and found salvation. They brought her back to a time when her life had been her own, when she dreamed of being something other than the attorney her father insisted she become, or of marrying a man who had a rebellious streak. Not a man in early midlife crisis mode who got off doing interns 20 years his junior, but one who could look at her the way Ryder did and send white lightning through her veins. I'm here, she whispered, with you. He traced the length of her spine with his free hand, his touch light, evoking chills. He immediately drew her in to the solid warmth of his body. I'm not usually afraid of making mistakes, he said, his low tone matching hers. But I don't want to make one with you. He thinks this is a mistake. The realization landed like a rock in the pit of her stomach. But before the impact spread to her limbs, his lips touched hers. Then his hand was in her hair, and his tongue in her mouth, and every piece of her begged for his touch. He was better than she'd imagined he could be. With a single touch, he possessed her, not trapping her with force, but leaving her clinging and needing and wanting. With all he gave her, she craved more of his lips on her neck, and his body hardening into hers. I've told myself 1,000 times that I need to stay away from you, he muttered through kisses. Unprofessional, inappropriate. But underneath all that potential for reason is one thing. What's that? I have wanted you for too damn long. I get away from you and take a breath, and I think I can walk away. But then you're there, and something primal tears through me, and I want to make you scream. An honest-to-goodness full-body shudder tore through her, leaving her grateful he held her up. Otherwise, she might well have hit the ground, which wouldn't have been such a terrible idea if he'd follow after her. A vision of her lying on her back, clutching uselessly at the sand while he tasted her, drove into her, did nothing for her growing bonelessness. But I won't do it, Zoe. She blinked. He was still close, one hand caught in her hair, his lips grazing her ear as he spoke. Won't do what? If he meant what she feared he meant, he was the reigning king of all mixed messages. I won't make you scream. Not tonight. The confession, as it were, was a seduction in itself. He whispered the words against her neck, his body hot and hard against hers. His breath grazed her ear before he kissed the side of her mouth. He caught her lip and nipped, dodging her response by tugging on her hair and gently biting the expanse of neck he exposed. Why not? Jeez, pathetic. It's not something I can legally discuss, except that too many people depend on me for me to go down that road, no matter how much I might want otherwise. He punctuated the words by releasing her hair and kissing her gently on the lips. Then he took her hand and grabbed her shoes, carrying them in the same hand as his drink, and led her back to the cabana, to her own room. "Ryder," he paused on his way out of the room. "You said you hit the ground hard twice, once with the stairs. What was the second time?" "Doesn't matter," he said. "It hasn't for a long time." Chapter 9. 3 days, and not one word from Ryder. Fresh from the shower, Zoe dropped onto the sofa in their shared cabana and picked up the shirt he'd left lying there. In a move that was part stalker, part creeper, she held it to her chest and inhaled, living for a moment in his scent, trying to push away the hurt she had no right to feel in the first place. He hadn't come home, and she hadn't seen him on the island. He'd left a note saying the orders were coming in early and asking if she was willing to work with Aggie to check the shipment. When the plane arrived, Hector, Carson, and Neil unloaded it and took care of the heavier items, while she and Aggie dressed the windows, made beds, and folded towels. Every linen she touched was sumptuous. Ryder truly had created a paradise. So why wasn't he in it? She'd paced the room, paced the beach, thinking of him, of his words. Doesn't matter. Why wouldn't it matter? He said he couldn't legally discuss the ramifications of sleeping with her. If that was supposed to dissuade her from wondering, it backfired. A simple no thanks would have sufficed. But instead, it wasn't legal? No sane person could let something like that go, let alone her, an attorney. Still, she'd killed her vibrator batteries thinking of his hands and mouth on her, racked her brain wondering what falling meant to him, wondering how her life might have changed if she'd had the nerve to walk up to him a decade before and demand something for which she was still afraid to ask. Make me scream, Ryder. She missed him, the cloud of sex and seduction in which he seemed to exist. She gave herself every out, tried to convince herself that any man would do, that the fact she was too chicken to ask Aggie if there were any sea batteries on the island was all that stood between Zoe and satisfaction. Tried to believe it had just been too long since anyone had truly wanted her, coveted her. But the truth was, it had been far too long since she had wanted, since her desires had had a face. And now that face was gone, along with the rest of him. It was going to be a long flight home. More and more, she wondered if she could take it. There was nothing about them that could last, but if she could toss aside her perfectly orchestrated, until recently anyway, life and just feel, just for one night, she'd deal with the fallout later. She'd put the pieces back together when the resort and the white sand and the equatorial sun were all distant memories. Proof she'd for once taken a chance that would be her sustenance when she returned to her boring existence. Funny how back then she thought she had everything. A wildly successful career at a top law firm that was destined to be hers. Engagement to a powerful, highly respected man. An enviable address in the best part of town. Prestigious friends, most of whom had turned their backs on her when her ex had been exposed. She blinked back an unexpected burn in her eyes. Since arriving at latitude 13, she'd gained the unexpected. Getting over her ex had been easy. Learning of multiple affairs had a way of quickly and effectively dousing the embers of a lukewarm attraction. But maybe the brunt of the impact just hadn't hit her yet. She'd dodged a lot of reality by coming to the island, and Ryder's being there swept her further from that world. But he didn't want her. Not like she wanted him. His outrageous flirtations were probably just his normal way of relating to women who weren't Aggie's age. She should be grateful. But she couldn't help but wonder what he meant by his claim that too many people depended on him. Mr. Straightforward Sagittarian wasn't exactly living up to his sign. At least, not when it came to her. Behind her, the door opened. The softest of whispers. But in the quiet, the sound was unmistakable. She turned. Ryder. Cargo shorts, faded t-shirt that matched his eyes, and a horse's ass tattoo. Sweet Jesus. Every cell in her body demanded to close the distance between them, but she could do nothing but stare. She wouldn't have imagined she could forget how incredibly sexy he was. But despite the nonstop replay of every moment he'd ever graced her vision, her breath caught, and her heart stopped. "Where have you been?" she asked. She felt a little clingy, and that startled her. Maybe if he hadn't made a mystery of himself, she wouldn't be sitting there turning over the questions in her mind. His pale blue eyes intensified to a fiery hue. "Trying to wrap my head around what's happening between us." He stepped closer, lowered his voice, wrecked her. "Trying to talk myself out of touching every inch of your body until I own it, until there isn't a single piece of you that doesn't crave what I can do. Trying not to imagine you in my bed, trembling and sweating and screaming for release. Trying to not want it so damn bad." "But what?" she asked, managing a hefty dose of sarcasm despite the thrilling, terrifying impact of his words. "People are depending on you?" After a tense moment, he turned and walked toward the window. "Yeah, that." "And what exactly does that mean?" "It means I have responsibilities," he said, spinning to face her. The Caribbean stretched behind him, its tranquility a sharp contrast to his tension. "It means I can't want you, but I do. It means I've spent too much time wondering what would happen if I gave in. If one night would make the wanting go away, or if it would just make things worse." "You've already established me as one-night stand potential?" She bit back. Classy, and yet not entirely unexpected. His eyes flashed the color of a summer storm. "You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what I'm risking just by being here with you." "Then why don't you enlighten me?" "Because I can't," he said quietly. "Can't or won't?" "I signed a non-disclosure agreement." Oh. He didn't have to tell her what that meant. The NDA meant legal consequences for whoever broke it. But what could I possibly have to do with your people and your NDA? He shook his head, a humorless smile toying with his lips. "Does it matter?" "If I pose some kind of risk?" The words faded. None of it made any sense. "Not just a risk, Zoe." He pushed his hand through his hair, drawing her attention to the throbbing in one temple, to the resolve on his face, in his eyes. "Then what?" "Giving in to this, being with you, could cost me everything." She stared at him, unsure she'd heard him right. 1,000 questions formed in her mind, but none crossed her lips. They didn't have a chance. Because after a long moment, the entirety of which she remained speechless, he simply turned and left. Ryder hadn't exactly been honest with Zoe. Every word he said was true, but he'd left out a lot. Like that he'd completely violated her privacy by digging into her life. He didn't stir anything up, at least not anything more than the interest of his friend, Senator Knox Hamilton of Virginia, whose wife was a Beltway reporter. He'd known Knox would undoubtedly have heard details a Google search wouldn't turn up on a local scandal big enough to send a woman on the run. What Ryder learned had set him on his ass. Zoe's ex was one of the biggest names on Capitol Hill, and that influence didn't stop in the district. The scandal he'd gotten himself caught in would do a lot to derail that influence. And if Ryder got his name attached to that whole ordeal, It could give Zoe's father the ammunition he'd need to start looking into Ryder's relationship with Zoe, and how he could use it to legally wipe Ryder out financially. But still, he wanted her. He'd placed a call to his lawyer, who listened to the whole sordid story without a single interruption. Then the lawyer had shot him down with 3 words. "Assume it's enforceable." "It's ridiculous." "It may be, but you were of age and signed it in front of a notary, and no disrespect intended, but it's not as if Davenport went in for the jackpot. The odds of him breaking even back then if he went after his daughter were slim to none. He couldn't have reasonably expected to get his money back, let alone $1 billion profit." Nothing his attorney said surprised Ryder, but that didn't mean he was happy with the response. What judge would hold that up? Doesn't matter. Davenport is a top Washington attorney, and his daughter was engaged to a senator who had White House potential until he got caught sexting and giving interns rides on his shiny desk. This guy makes Anthony Weiner look like a junior high school nuisance. Granted, the media is running out of new things to run on this story, but if this hits the headlines, what happens in court would be moot. You've done a good job of keeping a low profile, but something like this would paint you in an unfavorable light, which might scare off some of your targeted clientele. His grip on the phone tightened. It shouldn't. I don't have a criminal record. Never did a damn thing wrong but escape a situation no kid should have to endure to begin with. The attorney's sigh infiltrated the connection. I agree, but you can't untell the story once it gets out. People will think what they want, and you can count on a few bleeding hearts to turn you into the jack of all asses for putting money before love. Ryder snorted. What love? I was 18. What does an 18-year-old kid know about love? Besides, there was never anything going on. I never even spoke to the man's daughter. Good luck selling that one, especially if the situation has changed, which I can only assume is what predicated your inquiry. Fuck. He tried switching tactics. This doesn't exactly make Davenport look like a good guy, especially if he's planning on wearing a robe. Any robe, let alone that of the Supreme Court. Maybe he'll bury it for his own sake. Or he'll spin it. Punk kid next door and the sainted virgin daughter. He'll make himself a hero. Ryder swore under his breath. Bottom line, your money. Give me a few days. I doubt there's a clear-cut precedent on this one, but I'll put a team on it. And my reputation? She'd better be worth it. Those final words had played over and over in his head. There was no underplaying the risk, but he hadn't gotten that far by avoiding any chance of complications. But was he turning the corner on optimism to carelessness? Was the chance to taste that woman really worth his reputation? He wasn't sure. His feelings went beyond carnal. He wasn't so naive as to believe there wasn't something in there about acceptance. But he also realized it was he who'd never accepted who he was, where he was from. It was never about her looking down on him, but on where he stood in his own eyes. And one fact remained. No woman had ever looked at him the way Zoe had, the way she still did. Money couldn't buy that. And if he didn't pursue this thing with her, as long as she was willing, he'd never forgive himself. But would he ever recover? Did he really believe he was risking everything? Or was that blind optimism suggesting the fallout would be a mere blip in the great scheme of things? One night and he could move on, or one night that would wreck everything. If he loved her, the chance would be worth the risk. But all he had was a dirt-poor past and the questionable need to prove himself to the girl for whom he had never been good enough. Was he now? He stood there, alone, and watched the sun set fire to the water and the sky. He wanted to go grab Zoe and show her every brilliant streak. He wanted her with him. The realization appeared just as she did, wearing a sexy little dress that made him ache. He forced his attention to her eyes. "It's beautiful here," she said. "I can see why you chose it." "What about you?" he asked. "Why did you choose D.C.? "I don't want to talk about D.C. "I don't want to talk at all." She glanced sharply at him. After an endless moment, her gaze dropped to his lips. He'd never wanted anyone, anything so much. His conscience warned, stuttered, needed to shut the hell up. Contract be damned. He closed his mouth on hers. She hesitated only a moment before reciprocating, falling into him with the kind of hunger that made him think she hadn't been there for the view. Everything in his world sharpened in contrast to the softness of her mouth, of her body against his. He'd never tasted anything like her. She clutched his shirt, her other hand winding through his hair. She kissed him sweetly, thoroughly, with a growing hunger that made him question whether one night could ever be enough. And whether it mattered. "It matters, you idiot." But they had tonight. She broke free. At once his heart plummeted, but she didn't put any distance between them. The night air suddenly felt cold in contrast to all the heat they generated. Then her lips settled on his neck, and he almost hit the ground. "Is this a mistake?" she whispered against his skin. "Yes." She stiffened in his arms, but he held on. "Where are you going, princess?" "You said..." He pushed her hair from her eyes and grinned. "I said it was a mistake, Zoe. But I didn't say it wasn't one worth making." "Are you asking me to be one of your conquests?" "No," he said, kissing her. "You're more than that. You've always been more." Chapter 10. Ryder ignored the flash of surprise in Zoe's eyes and dove in, his mouth claiming hers with a veracity that left no room for misunderstanding. His lips melded against hers. The risk be damned. They fit together so perfectly in this vertical, fully clothed condition that his heart beat double at the promise of her bare skin against his. They half walked, half stumbled back to the cabana and stopped short against the door. The searing heat between them must have obliterated any hesitation she harbored, because as he pressed deeper, she met him, sucked him in. Her fingers wound through his hair, clutching at the overgrown strands as she pulled him closer. She smelled of salt and sea air, and his every breath was full of her. Probably always would be. In that one incoherent moment, a slice of clarity prevailed. She was what he'd been missing. That piece of himself for which he'd been searching failingly had her name scrawled on it. But she'd eased back those layers and left him raw and aching and knowing, damn it, that this thing they had was what he'd longed for, what he thought he'd never have, what he never could have. He faltered then, wrecked with his own hesitance. She withdrew, swollen lip caught between her teeth and worry in her eyes. "You don't have to." "Damn right I don't." The words exited on a growl that terminated with his mouth on her. In the same breath, he hoisted her, dragging her pelvis tight against his as her legs wound around him. He felt her heat as surely as she felt his erection, which, intentionally or otherwise, she managed to squirm against through his pants. The pleasure was punishing, and he ate it up. He deserved what he got and then some, especially if Zoe hadn't fling-zoned him, especially if she wanted more. Either way, he'd pay later. Knees almost giving out with the promise of her, he managed to maneuver through the door and aim for the impeccably made bed in the next room. He landed haphazardly on top of her, catching himself with his forearms before he flattened her into the luxurious mattress. The position into which he quickly found himself offered no respite. The distance between them was short, leaving him treacherously close to breasts that threatened to spill from the top of that little dress that, no matter what she said, had been made for seduction. The skirt was all out of sorts, leaving her thighs bare, exposed, smooth as sin, her legs hooked over his hips, trapping him in the best kind of hell. They had both stilled. It was as if the universe was giving him one last chance to come to his senses, maybe do the right thing. But nothing right had ever felt as good as her arms wound around his neck or her tongue in his mouth. Once he sank into her, there'd be no undoing this thing. The threat flashed in neon, but the devil on one shoulder took a pitchfork to the angel on the other. And that was the end of that. But not so quickly. He wanted this to last and last and last, because once his conscience caught up with him, there would be hell to pay. As it was, control marched away from him, step by reckless step. Hoping to regain an inch, he shifted back a notch, not quite disentangling from her, but adding some much-needed distance between her body and his. He deepened the kiss, then broke free long enough to close his mouth on the distended nipple that had slipped free from her dress. She gasped, and with her hands on the back of his head, buried him against her breast. He took the cue and sucked harder, rougher, rasping his tongue against her sensitive flesh. She muttered something unintelligible, then managed to hoist herself against him, singularly redefining bump and grind as she moved. Fuck. He drew back, catching the impish grin a split second before she reined it in. She was trying to drive him crazy. Bring it on, sweetheart. He eased his hand along her thigh, taking his time, drawing feather-light, lazy circles until her legs loosened their grip, and she relaxed into the bed. Then, with the first little breath of contentment that suggested she was off her guard, he gave a firm smack to her ass. Her eyes flew from half-mast, and she squirmed so deliciously against him that he almost lost it on the spot. You like that, princess? The question was as useless as his ability to resist her, but his conscience dictated that he give her an out. A chance to say no, to untwine those mile-long legs from where they wrapped around him and show him some mercy. But she didn't make a play for the exit. Instead, she fisted his shirt into a ball and dragged him down, telling him with her mouth and her tongue just what she thought of having his handprint on her skin. He'd found a sweet spot between her thighs, where grinding against her threatened his sanity, but felt so damn good nothing short of her denial would make him stop. Over and over she dragged him to the edge and back, and he rode the high, keeping the rhythm with his fingertips light against her ass. He supported himself on the other elbow, the fingers of the same hand caught in her hair. He tugged, baring the tender hollow of her neck, nipping gently as she ground her pelvis harder against him. They were moving like lovers, like there wasn't a stitch of clothing between them, like there wasn't a reason in the world he couldn't claim her, make her his own. He turned his attention to her breast, certain when he closed his mouth on her nipple that his pleasure must match her own. She clutched at the bed and arched her back, lifting him. The pressure was unbearable, and just as quickly it was gone, and she was fumbling with his zipper. Seconds later, she had her hand wrapped around him. She quickly adopted the rhythm he'd kept between her thighs, tugging softly at his hot flesh until he saw stars. Pretty, sparkly motherfuckers. So much for making it last. I hope you have some condoms around here, she said, the request a seduction in itself. In lieu of a verbal response, he couldn't form words if he had to. He delivered another firm smack to her ass. She sucked in a breath. Good. Maybe he'd regained some traction. Do it again. So much for traction, but damned if he was taking orders. He grinned and eased out of her arms, leaving her bare and himself unsteady. His dick, as big as he'd ever seen it, jutted from his opened fly. He left her long enough to grab his supply of condoms, tossing the unopened box near her head. Then he walked past her, yanking on the duvet until she slid upward on the bed. "What are you doing?" He ignored her long enough to pull a silk tie from the nightstand, then easily captured her wrists and attached them to the headboard with the material. She didn't question him, and she didn't object. Just watched him through heavily lidded eyes, trusting him. Trust. It weighed heavily on him, honored him, but maybe he was reading too much into it. Maybe after what she went through, waiting for a man who gave it to everyone else when he should have been hers alone. Ryder could have been anyone, and her stance in the argument they just had didn't help. The thought pissed him off. He shed the rest of his clothes and grabbed the box, ripping the thing in two, sending the contents flying. He snagged a condom and tore the packet, then rolled it on. She watched him without a word, the only movement, that of her breasts as her chest rose and fell. When he had the condom in place, he crawled onto the bed, spreading her legs with his knees as he went. He barely glanced at what awaited him, instead favoring eye contact. "You can say no. Anytime." He meant it, but that didn't stop him from praying she'd greenlight him. If he had to quit now, his dick would probably never bend again. "How about you come here a minute?" she said, coy as fuck. "And we'll talk about it." The sultry edge to her tone was his saving grace. He crawled over her, his erection swaying and nudging her flesh as he approached. "What do you want to talk about, princess?" "Come closer." He did, until her mouth touched his and he felt her lips stretch into a smile. Then she whispered, "Fuck me hard." Jesus. At this rate, he wouldn't get a chance. She punctuated the breathy little demand by hooking her legs around his back and tugging him down, and between her and his dick, he didn't get a vote. She was tight, but so wet she offered little resistance. All he felt was heat and sin as he plowed into her, landing hard, balls deep and breathless. She tugged at her restraints and gasped with such force he wondered if he'd hurt her. "Do it again." Oh, shit. Apparently she wasn't feeling any pain, but he could use a hammer to the back of his skull. Anything to distract him from the dirty-mouthed little vixen writhing in his bed. Good little princess, his ass. He eased out of her body, feeling the loss, hating it. When he was almost free of her, he leaned down to kiss the valley between her breasts. She squirmed beneath him, moaning when his lips closed on first one nipple, then the other. When he had her distracted, he drove back into her, knocking the headboard into the freshly painted wall without an ounce of regret. She yanked at the restraints, the effort punctuated by soft moans. He rewarded the effort with a smack to her other ass cheek. Their eyes met, and whatever he saw liquefied his resolve. Playtime was over. It was time to make do on his promise. So he slammed into her, buried to the hilt, then forced himself to retreat, only to do it all over again. The bed shook with his effort, and before long she followed suit, her body shuddering around him. He forced himself not to follow, had to be sheer willpower, or disbelief that anything could feel so good. He eased, shaking from her body, and he took her in. Soft moonlight spilled through the windows and glistened over her sweat-slicked skin. Her breasts swayed with the force of her breaths, her nipples still tight, his marks still on her. Not just sex. He leaned forward and untied her, then kissed and massaged her wrists. He worked his way down her arm until she wound them around his neck, dragging him close. He obliged, every move slow, gentle, erotic as hell. His dick raged. The kiss that followed defied that. Lazy, probing, deep. He felt it to his toes, this possession. Wasn't even sure who was possessing whom, just that he needed more of it. He worked his hand down her body until he cupped her ass. She moaned into the kiss and arched against him with the pressure, so he took advantage of her position to pull her to sitting, where he worked the remains of her dress over her head and tossed the garment. On his knees, he pulled her into his lap, burying himself in her. Her eyes closed. "Nuh-uh. Look at me, Zoe." She obliged. He grabbed her hips and eased her into motion, an easy give and take, watching her face until her eyes fluttered closed. Bingo. He marked the territory, rocking against her clit at a slow, building pace until she started riding him hard. His careful rhythm shot to hell. When he had her good and frantic, he closed his mouth on her breast and sucked hard. She came harder, but not as hard as he. Orgasm tore through him, 1,000 pinpoints of pleasure and light that left him numb and shaking. It was all he could do to lower her to the bed, then not crush her with his inevitable collapse. He hit the mattress and drew her in, held her, couldn't let her go. Wouldn't, for anything. Chapter 11. Zoe cracked open an eyelid to the blinding dance of morning sunlight on the Caribbean. The white sand, mottled with shade from sporadic palms dotting the beach, rippled as the fronds lazed in the slight breeze that danced through the open window. Memories of the night they shared assaulted her. One night, whatever. No way she'd stop wanting what they had. He's usually the one running. Aggie's words haunted Zoe. Why not this time? Why had he risked whatever it was to be with her? Why had she let him? Behind her, Ryder's soft breaths hitched, and after a brief rustle, he snagged her with his arm, dragging her the short distance across the cool sheets to full-on body contact. He rolled to his side to encase her with his limbs. "Morning, beautiful." The words, exquisitely spoken, were a mere murmur against her cheek. Chills skated across her skin, and her nipples, despite a lingering soreness, immediately hardened. Desire coiled through her, a primal response to a man who was just as tender as he was commanding. A man whose power existed not just in one of those suits she'd once favored, but in the seductively rough skin of his hands. A man who thought her beautiful. She turned to face him, then traced the 5 o'clock shadow that tended to show up by mid-afternoon until she touched his lips. Soft, sensual, they curved into a smile before finding her neck, where he nipped at her with his teeth. The gesture made her ache inside. Ryder had made love to her in a way no man ever had, and he wasn't even hers. He couldn't be. She'd come there to escape scandal, not create it. Ryder hadn't drawn much media attention over the years. She'd learned as much when she'd tried Googling him. But the opening of the resort, with its dignitaries and A-listers in attendance, would change that. Her ex's antics had thrown her onto public radar, and while the media would quickly move on to the next scandal, her sudden disappearance from the cocktail of lawyers and politicians that made the D.C. social scene had likely raised a brow or two. For her to reappear as the special guest of a billionaire resort owner just a couple of weeks after her ex's scandal would make her no better than the women who thought they could raise their worth by sleeping with a U.S. senator. It would look like she was playing a game of one-upmanship, and however untrue, the claims would be hard to dispute. Ryder's strong, rough palm eased along the length of her body, and his clear blue eyes found hers. He ducked his head to close his warm mouth on her breast, then teased her with his tongue. So gently the soreness eased in favor of crippling need. "You're thinking too much, princess," he said, his lips grazing her skin. "Just feel." With any part of his mouth touching her, she couldn't do anything but feel. She felt the thundering boom of fireworks reverberate through her when his wandering touch slid between her legs, stroking her so gently it was as if he conjured from thin air the pleasure he emanated. After the night they shared, her body responded with a will of its own, already teetering on the edge of a fall. His feather-light touches were the best kind of torture, binding in a way the restraints couldn't. He'd been relentless, left her thrashing and kneading and begging for him to fill her harder, faster. She'd never known anything like it. Until right then. Until a single finger coiled through her, expertly stroking the G-spot no man before him had ever found. Taunting her with the pleasure. Owning a bigger piece of her with every thrust. The night before had been Ryder losing control. The morning after, clearly an exercise in him regaining it. This was him toying with her, collecting the nuances of her body over the course of a breathless night, only to use the knowledge against her. It was his erection nudging her thigh, teasing her. It was the gentleness that sparked an inferno that made every deviant ache that had settled into her muscles from the night before flee, leaving her begging for more. And as she squirmed against him, soaking his finger with her need, it was him kissing her stomach, her breasts, and finally her mouth. The rhythm of his tongue setting the pace for the utter devastation that exploded between her thighs when he deepened the strokes until they pounded. The punishing pace, a welcomed relief. But the pleasure that washed over her was heavy-ended. Never had something so beautiful had such a dark side. Such dark, ominous clouds. A storm closing in. He could crave her, own her, fuck her, but he couldn't make love to her. Not like this. She'd never get over this. Fuck. Ryder rested his head against the shower wall, his thoughts pounding mercilessly under a blistering hot spray. Cold showers were useless. He needed the burn. He didn't regret what happened between him and Zoe, but now he had to figure out what to do next. The reckless side of him said screw it, chase this thing they had. Then common sense popped in with a reminder that they'd pretty much just met, that knowing where she lived as a kid didn't count for knowing her. What did he know, really? She was an attorney, born to one asshole with derailed plans to marry another. He wasn't sure how she felt about that, or anything else in her so-called real world. He only knew her in his world, in this brief window where their paths crossed and the sheets burned, and he needed her. Christ, how he needed her. But to give up everything for which he'd worked. Her father and that stupid contract. It couldn't be enforceable. No judge in his right mind would allow a grown-ass man, an attorney no less, to turn the screws on a kid like that. But Ryder wasn't a kid anymore. And whether he liked it or not, Zoe's father had done him a favor. To deny that would be to deny how far Ryder had come. He hadn't fought for nothing, nor had he once in his life fought for love. He'd never known it. That she fit so perfectly into his life and his bed meant nothing. That she could so thoroughly wreck his world should have meant everything, but it didn't. Because under the pounding deluge of a scalding shower, he made a decision. He needed to get the hell off the island. And he knew just where to go. If they only had a short amount of time, he'd at least make it worthwhile. Chapter 12. A few minutes later, Ryder found Zoe in her bedroom, where he immediately had all kinds of second thoughts about his plans for the day. Her bed lay unused, impeccably made, and damned if he didn't want to mess it up. "Something wrong?" she asked. "How would you like to go shopping?" She gave a look that suggested he might be stupid. Maybe, or probably. Is there a mall on the other side of the island? She asked dryly. No, but there's one in St. Lucia. You brought your passport, didn't you? She nodded, but her jaw dropped. St. Lucia? You want to fly to St. Lucia and go shopping? What about this risk you're taking, the one that makes it illegal for you to be around me? He took in her beautiful, narrowed eyes, and his heart twisted. It's not the best idea. But we both agree we're temporary, so what do we have to lose? I don't know, she said wryly. It's apparently illegal for you to tell me. Hanging out on your island is one thing. Going public, and St. Lucia is very public, is another. We'll keep it low-key. He shrugged, though her point got through and made him wonder why he wanted so badly to convince her. Public means crowded. Just don't stand next to any tabloids with your picture on them, and I bet no one will notice you. He laughed when she shot him a classic look that could kill. Come on, I'll buy you a hat and sunglasses. We only have a few days left, and you do need a dress suitable for a ball. That is true, she admitted. Yeah, I know. It's brutal, he said, biting back a laugh. But you do have a gala to attend. I thought I was supposed to talk to Aggie about the dress. Her tone was wary, her gaze judgmental, even as a smile toyed with her lips. You still have that option, but I thought you might be getting a little stir-crazy here. It's a long way from the city. Figured it might do us some good to get out. He left off the rest, like how he looked in the mirror and expected to see hearts circling his head when he thought of her. The solitude of the island had never bothered him before, but when he started turning into Pepe Le Pew, it was past time to make a break for civilization. The part where he felt compelled to take Zoe was something better left unexamined. Besides, the woman actually did need a gown. She stared him down, an opposing attorney worth her salt. Let me get this straight. You, confirmed bachelor that you are, want to cross the ocean so you can watch me try on dresses? It's a sea, not an ocean, and I'm admittedly more interested in the part where you take them back off. She shook her head. Unreal. That I'd want to watch you get undressed? Because if last night didn't convince you... No, that... She waved her arms at him. This is all being wasted on a man who doesn't do relationships. I do get points for some aspects, though, right? She shook her head like he was hopeless, but she was grinning when she walked over, all legs in a shirt that hit mid-thigh and not an inch below. No wonder he couldn't think about anything but her. He hadn't had a drop of blood venture north of his belt since she'd arrived in his sandbox. You, she said, kissing him lightly on the lips, are the perfect man. Pity you're so determined not to share that with a woman. He didn't state the obvious, that he was sharing with her. Wasn't much point in it. She wasn't staying. There was a definite looming expiration date on this thing between them. Gala night. He had guests coming from D.C., and there was no way they wouldn't recognize her. Even if he and Zoe kept their relationship strictly business for the public, once she was discovered, there'd be no going back to what they had now. And there'd be no hiding it. He was risking everything, but the damage was done. He'd deal with the fallout later. For now, he thought about kissing her, about turning that little tease of a brush she'd given him into something that would rock the island. But he had a better idea. Don't forget your identification, he said, punctuating with a single rough kiss that left her eyes wide and glassy and her nipples tight. Go ahead and want me, princess. He'd already talked to his pilot. The flight plan was in place, the plane ready. Wheels up in 30. It was Zoe's second time on the jet, and she was no less impressed than she had been on the first. This plane is gorgeous. Don't give me too much credit, he said dryly. It came this way, and for the record, it's leased. so don't get too hung up on that guy who owns a plane thing." She watched him, a smile teasing her lips. "You aren't impressed by much of anything, are you?" "I'm impressed by you." She nearly choked on her disbelief. For what? Hiding from my life? Nope, for standing up for yourself, snatching your self-respect out of whatever kind of hell went down, and walking out. "You removed yourself from a bad situation," he said. "Most people stand there until they drown, but you didn't." "Neither did you," she said softly. She thought his assessment generous, but she liked the parallel. She liked thinking they had something in common.
Even the most gripping tales need a moment of rest. Let this pause refresh your senses.
Heart racing, we're on the prowl. In the dark, we're not backing down. In the dark, we're not backing down. Whispers in my ear, you're taking control. I can't resist, you got me in a hole. I can't resist, you got me in a hole. Fingers tracing, you're leading the way. I love this feeling, I can't help but stay. Love this feeling, I'll just stay. Fingers tracing, lead the way. Love this feeling, I'll just stay. Fingers tracing, lead the way. Lead the way. After you, lead the way. I'll follow you. Tonight I'll stay. After you, lead the way. Heart racing, we're on the prowl. In the dark, we're not backing down. In the dark, we're not backing down. Whispers in my ear, you're taking control. I can't resist, you got me in a hole. I can't resist, you got me in a hole. Fingers tracing, you're leading the way. I love this feeling, I can't help but stay. Love this feeling, I'll just stay. Fingers tracing, lead the way. Love this feeling, I'll just stay. Fingers tracing, lead the way. Lead the way. After you, lead the way. I'll follow you. Tonight I'll stay. After you, lead the way.
He just shook his head and grinned. Then he reached for the intercom. "Hey, Cap, we've stopped climbing and the sky is blue. You gonna turn off the seatbelt sign or what?" Soft laughter followed. "Did I forget to do that?" Zoe recognized the voice. "Is that Hector?" "Yes, a sorry bastard." The light flicked off. He unsnapped his belt and helped her to do the same, as if she needed it. Truth be told, she no more needed his help than she needed his hand in her lap. But if he wanted to make an excuse of it, she'd take it. "He didn't fly me in," she said of Hector. "No, he wasn't on the flight that day. Cap, whose real name is Charlie, is the pilot. The second chair is either Cap's son or Hector. That day, it was the son." "Does Cap live on the island?" Apparently, there were more inhabitants than she thought. "Yep, He and his wife live in a cottage near the airstrip. He's a retired commercial pilot, or he was until I hired him. He babies this thing like it's his own. Ryder said of the aircraft. Then he laughed. His son is a skilled pilot in his own right. He flies fighter jets for a living, so I try to keep him out of the first chair when he's here on leave. And Hector is a sorry bastard because he thought he'd keep me from showing you the bedroom. There's a bedroom? Want to see? I might, but only because I've never seen a bedroom on a plane. His grin faltered, and she laughed. He shook his head and led her to a side-facing door to the rear of the seating area. Beyond the door was a single bed and a desk, the latter accessorized by a leather chair and a large wall-mounted screen. Standard airplane windows lined the bed, beyond which scattered islands marked the distant, deep blue sea. Zoe couldn't imagine rolling over in her sleep and waking to a view of the earth thousands of feet below, although it couldn't beat the rush of waking up next to Ryder, of feeling him move inside her. Tingles shot every which way, and he lit fire to her with his smoldering assessment. "Remember that thing you started back there in your room?" he asked. "That thing I started?" "You kissed me without pants." "That's starting a thing?" "It's starting a thing." He shut the door, locked it. "I'd like to finish the thing." "I might be interested in finishing the thing." He reached back and yanked his shirt over his head, then tossed it. "We definitely need to finish the thing," he murmured, his mouth closing over hers before the last word fully escaped. He lowered her to the bed, chasing down after her. She shivered when the cool bedding hit her back, then luxuriated in his heat when he landed on top. "I'm fresh out of handcuffs, sweetheart, so you're just gonna have to hold on." The suggestion of being restrained, even destined to go unfulfilled, sent a shudder through her. Before Ryder, the wildest thing she'd ever done was wear out a vibrator. She had no idea she liked being tied up, or spanked, or, Lord help her, that she had an affinity for a man with a filthy mouth, much less the ability to respond in kind. As a rule, she didn't curse, but the way he responded made her want to learn every dirty word ever uttered, to find out firsthand just how hard he'd fuck her when she begged. Wake up. What was she thinking? Just that morning, she'd been on the verge of regret, and now here she was, wanting what she had no right to want from a man who'd made it clear he could never be hers. She swallowed. Last night terrified me." "It did? You look like you want me to elaborate," he said. "But are you going to yell at me again? Because you can yell at me in St. Lucia. Right now, I prefer you scream my name. It's a nuance, but an important one." She rolled her eyes. "I'm not going to yell at you." "Good, because what happened last night is I found something I didn't think existed. And it's fucked up that I had to find it in you because I can't have you. Call it a catch-22, call it hell, call it what you want. But until you do something to convince me you're not everything I want in a package I can't have, I'm going to be one tortured asshole having the best sex of my life." "You have a filthy mouth," she said, because she was dying inside. Dying. "Put it on me." She didn't have to ask twice, and he didn't bother with foreplay other than to touch her and find her wet, ready, always so ready. She didn't even recognize who she was, wasn't sure which version of herself she wanted to be true. "It should just be like this," she said, as she watched him step out of his pants and roll on a condom. Relationships? Sex? She wasn't even sure what they had, just that she wished this thing between them could be real. He yanked down her underwear, rough. "It should definitely just be like this." He climbed on top of her, kissing his way up her body until the stars aligned and he plowed into her. He grabbed her hands, lacing his fingers through hers, and eased out, and waited. torture. She raised her hips, but to no avail. He evaded all but the slightest contact, and with his grip on her, she was helpless to do anything but wait. "How long is this flight?" she muttered, impatient. "I'm just waiting for you to ask nicely." He pushed back in and ground his hips into hers, then left again. "Ask nicely, princess." "Make love to me." It was on the tip of her tongue, but she bit it back. He didn't want her to ask nicely. He wanted her to beg. He probably wanted her to drop another F-bomb, but she suddenly felt vulnerable. Like this moment would be gone in a flash, and the memory just wouldn't be enough. So she gave in another way. "This feels like more," she whispered, "more than just sex." He met her eyes, and she was surprised to see the conflict raging there. Storm clouds. She knew why she felt them, had no idea what they meant in his. Then she forgot to care, because his mouth was on her, his body fast and hard against her, inside her. They came together, and then there was just the drone of the engines and an endless sky with them in a world that could never be theirs. She traced his tattoo with a fingertip and wondered how many times those arms would wrap around her before it was over. Wondered how she'd ever let go. "Think we can do that again on the way home?" she asked. He laughed, the sound muffled by the pillow where he'd fallen, face first, just over her shoulder. "I think I can do that again right now." A ding sounded in the cabin. She looked up to see the seatbelt light flashing. "Maybe not," he muttered. He crawled off her and stumbled into his pants. I swear he did that on purpose. She rolled over and looked out the window at the island below. Either he has impeccable timing, or we're there. Likely excuse. He pulled her to her feet, then helped her straighten her dress before he found his shirt and put it on. She reached for the door, but he caught it before she could get it open. She scowled. "Seatbelts, Ryder." He grinned. "Mile High Club, Zoe." Oh, sweet Jesus. Her good girl card was going to be permanently revoked. "If it's all the same to you, I don't need to know how many members you've inducted." He caught her arm when she tried to walk away. "I told you, I don't sleep around." "It doesn't matter." Translation, it did matter. She just didn't want to hear it. He let her go. She was back in her seatbelt, praying the stupid plane would land safely, when he called out after her. "Might not matter to you, princess, but you better hand me my motherfucking wings, because you were my first." Chapter 13. When they landed on St. Lucia and deplaned, no one batted an eye as they showed their documentation, then climbed into a cab. "That was easy," she said. "As opposed to a crowd of women screaming your name." He snorted. "I'm not a celebrity, just a private businessman. Rarely does anyone give me a second look, especially not here. I tend to avoid limos and fanfare. I prefer to tip the hell out of the cabbie, if he knows how to drive, that is," he added, louder, when they went careening through a left turn on 2 tires and a yellow light. Ryder glared, but Zoe breathed a sigh of relief. The short trip to Baywalk Mall felt longer, with a madman at the wheel. She thought better of kissing the ground when they got out on Castrie's Grosile Highway, but the temptation was strong. "And I don't like airplanes," she muttered. He handed the cabbie some cash, then looked at her in surprise. "You don't?" "I might, now, although I'm not sure about cabs." He leaned down until his lips touched her ear, then whispered, "I guess I need to fuck you in the back of a cab next." She rolled her eyes. That guy probably would have comped the fare if we let him watch. Doing it in front of an audience, yet another untapped fantasy, princess. If he only knew. She couldn't quite agree to public sex, but she was beginning to realize she hadn't any fantasies until Ryder. Well, not since the old ones featuring him. She'd replayed those a time or 10, but the real thing had blown the fantasy to bits. So how are you going to get over him this time, genius? She'd have to avoid the Caribbean, and all other islands, possibly cabs, definitely aircraft. All right, darling, get me off this sidewalk. Where to? She glanced down the street that cut through the upscale shopping center. Women's clothing store? One with gowns, which would be... where? Your guess is as good as mine. I don't walk many red carpets on my way in and out of real estate closings, and I sure as hell have never needed a dress. After 2 hours, Zoe wasn't sure she needed one either. She blew a frustrated breath at the strands of hair that had fallen into her face, but in the humidity, they barely moved. I don't know how to shop at these places. Is there a department store around here anywhere? Preferably one that doesn't work off commission? He laughed. I'm glad I'm not the only one who doesn't like being stalked by the salespeople. He pulled out his phone, tapped the screen a few times, and gave her a sideways look. Just a regular department store? Are you sure? A regular high-end one. They need to sell gowns. He shook his head. You might be the only woman on earth who'd rather shop at a department store than the international brands. She frowned. You're not worried I'll look frumpy next to you, are you? Nope, he said as he tapped his phone screen. I'm trying to find something far enough away. Away from what? Away from here, he laughed. You know, to make sure the cab ride is long enough. Tempting as more sex would be, Ryder couldn't bring himself to maul Zoe in an environment that smelled vaguely of cabbage and salami. Also, he couldn't be sure someone else's bodily fluids weren't already hanging out on the back seat, nor could he stand the idea of bare skin, hers, his, touching any surface available to them. Maybe he'd gotten more discriminating after all. That, or he was just still in shock. He couldn't believe she hadn't jumped on a blank check to one of the high-end boutiques. On some lesser level, the move fit her. She'd taken his wealth in stride and saved the orgasms for the sex, which was as it should be. But he couldn't fathom that he might have actually found a woman more interested in him than she was in his wallet. One who had, upon arriving at a department store, taken less than an hour to settle on a dress. She'd claimed the gown was beautiful, but he figured it was her. She could wear a sack and take his breath away, but seeing her in the dress was like a mule kick to the gut. Every eye at the gala would be on her. The event was closed to the press, and attendance was exclusive, but that exclusive crowd included members of the United States Senate. Someone would recognize her. He just hoped they wouldn't recognize his increasingly muddled feelings. He'd have to avoid looking at her all night. Not likely. Are you okay? He blinked her into focus. She had her hair pulled back, sunglasses on, a dress that, though not immodest, couldn't hide her curves. Fucking gorgeous. You want to stay overnight? You're not worried about getting ready for the opening? It's taken care of. So we just stay in St. Lucia? Babe, we'll rock St. Lucia. She grinned, rocked him. What do you have in mind? How about we get a room with a view, then we leave the curtains open? Do I at least get dinner first? You can have anything you want. He waited for her to say she wanted him, that she could leave her life behind if he asked. But then he realized he couldn't do the same for her. Of course, he might not get the choice if Zoe's father found out about their affair and pulled the trigger on the contract. You look like you're 1,000,000 miles away. I don't know where I am, he said, honest to a fault. Don't know where we're going, just want to go there with you. She leaned into him, nudging him off balance. Could you just, I don't know, be an ass? Can't be anyone other than me. but most people would say that qualified. He flagged down yet another cab, then told the bewildered, bemused driver to take them to the best hotel on the island. Handing the driver a couple of hundreds, he added, "And don't scare me on the ride over." Chapter 14. Miniature golf. Really? Zoe lifted the damp remains of her ponytail off her neck and watched as Ryder sank a par 3 in one shot. That might be considered obnoxious in some circles, you know. He grinned, not even lopsided, just straight and perfect and impossible to forget. Must be your lucky day. How's that? Did you not ask me to be an ass? His smug, perfectly ass-like expression suggested he had the part nailed. She narrowed her eyes but couldn't stop her own smile. When it's cute, it's not being an ass. It's endearing. So what you're saying is, you like it when I own you on the golf course. Easy there, big talker. This isn't exactly regulation PGA, and you're not owning me. She leaned down and scooped the balls out of the hole. I think I'm only 3 strokes down. He took his when she offered and did one of those slow visual tours of her body that made her quiver inside. If you want strokes, I can give you strokes. Keep your strokes. I think I prefer a good hard thrust. She smiled sweetly and attempted to brush past him, making it 2 whole steps before he caught her and caged her against the faux rock wall that lined the course. She was surprised to learn it was soft, like hard foam. Probably the result of a lawsuit after some terror of a kid bumped his head on a real rock. Convenient now that she was pinned against the wall at the 13th green, getting half soaked by a chlorinated waterfall that tumbled into a water element. What I think, he practically growled into her ear, is that you prefer a good hard fuck. Yeah, that's not gonna... He reached under her dress, and despite his threat, the single finger that curled through her was gentle, like he was stroking a kitten. Then he got his thumb involved and instantly hit pay dirt. She practically shot up the wall, orgasm already threatening. You're drenched, he said. All this water. You're drenched from me. Could you not? She sputtered. This is a family establishment. This family establishment is closed to the public, at least until we leave. To her puzzlement, he added, I paid the guy not to let anyone else in, and the last group ahead of us left a few minutes ago. So where were we? She didn't have a chance to answer. He let her go long enough to open his fly and tear open a condom, because, of course, everyone brought a condom to play mini-golf, and then picked her up, holding her by the hips, guiding her onto his erection. She thought she knew what to expect. She should have known, because they'd made a very real habit out of this, but the jolt that shot through her when he filled her had her gasping air, which was full of water thanks to their proximity to a waterfall. She was a sputtering, drowned rat getting nailed by a sex god in the middle of... You all right? Closed or not, we are in public. He flashed a deviant grin she couldn't wait to taste. Better hurry, then. She'd thought she'd seen every side of him. The slow, sensual soap opera sex, the ass-smacking kind, that of the tie-me-down-and-make-me-scream variety. The kind a few thousand feet in the air, and now this rutting beast thing that was probably supposed to happen exclusively to strangers in bars who had gotten a little too close on the dance floor. Only the thrill that shot through her wasn't cheap, and they weren't strangers, not by a long shot. Clutching at his back was useless. Shoulders were a big nope. Whatever rhythm he had going on, she'd sooner throw herself over the man-made waterfall at her back than ruin his action. So she steadied herself with her hands against the foam rocks and let him roll his hips against her. The sweet, punishing grind he orchestrated against her clit had nothing on Duracell. She came hard and fast, no idea what was going on with him. only that if he too lost touch with gravity, they'd end up on the wet ground, passed out, at least until some employee came along and took a cheap shot with a putter. Oh, God. There are people here. They probably have cameras. She wriggled down, finding her feet and just as quickly finding them useless. Ryder caught her before she fell. He silenced her with a kiss, the kind that had her trying to remember how far they were from their hotel. Relax, princess. You kept your clothes on. No one saw anything but that look on your face. And as soon as I can feel my legs, I'd like to see what I can do about seeing that again. You are insatiable. Your fault. I have never been that way before. She straightened her clothes and peeked from around the rock. The place really was deserted. She relaxed a notch. So what you're saying is, I'm the first woman who hasn't satisfied you? To the contrary, he said, as he stuffed the anaconda back in his pants. You're the first I can't taste enough. First one who says my name and makes me want to hear it again and again. First one I get it, cowboy. You like me. And she liked every word that came from that sensual, dirty mouth of his. She liked them too much. How the hell was she going to go home? Easy. Your whole life is there. Because even if he asked her to stay, which he had not, she could not live her entire life in a perpetual spring break. She had a job and a law firm and, okay, not so easy, but required. Ryder might be up there in international playboy status, but she had rent to pay, and the parts of D.C. where a single woman could walk at night didn't come cheap. He kissed her, hard and fast on the lips. I'm more than like you, sweetheart. Get used to it. The words, playful as they were, hit her in a dark place. She couldn't afford to get used to it. She couldn't afford to be more than liked, whatever that meant. Want to play the next hole? Was he serious? She shot him a look, a bit relieved to see he was holding their putters and clearly referring to golf. Probably. Maybe. Maybe not. If it's all the same to you, I'd like to get out of here before the cops arrive. Ryder shook his head and laughed, but he took her hand and led her to the exit, where he got a hearty wink from the guy who collected their putters. Yep, they'd totally been on camera. No doubt about that now. Ryder pulled out his wallet and handed the guy a few bills. Ben Franklin stared accusingly from the top of the pile. As Ryder handed over the cash, he said, Thanks, man. I thought you already paid him, she said, as they walked away. She wasn't sure if she was grateful or embarrassed or... Nope. Relieved. Yep, that was it. I paid him to close the place down when we got there. That, princess, was the tip. By the time they arrived back at latitude 13 the following day, the sun was down, the island dark. Ryder's idea to escape the island's vibe had seemed like a good one at the time, but it failed. Miserably. They'd meshed. They worked. She was perfect. Fucking perfect. He knew that before he took her in his bed that night. Knew it was a mistake. Knew it wasn't fair to her because that whole just sex concept had been convoluted and twisted into a knot, and he tied her to the bed with the damned thing, and then he'd owned her with it. But it couldn't be just sex, and his resolve to keep it that way had long faded. She lay there in bed next to him. Moonlight cloaked her bare skin, kissing every perfect inch. Her soft breaths reminded him she was real. He wasn't caught in some hell of a dream where he had everything he ever wanted, but it was just out of his reach. Not a dream, but the bitter fucking truth. Emotionally shredded, he eased out of bed, found the document he'd signed that took her away from him. That, along with her picture, he'd kept within reach all these years. Not because he was pining over her like some love-wrecked schmuck. but because there were times he needed to look back, to find value in how far he'd come, to know he'd made it. But now, with her in his bed, he realized he hadn't gone as far as he thought he had. When she left, he'd be that same fucked-up loner. Only now he'd know what he was missing. In that moment, he almost understood his old man. When Ryder's mom took off, his dad had looked for salvation in the bottom of a bottle. Whether or not he found it, Ryder didn't know. But Ryder had the sense to know he'd rather live the rest of his life with the memories than try to drown them in alcohol. Ryder? He dropped the contract and went immediately to the woman stretched out in his bed, all smooth skin and tangled sheets. He didn't ask what she wanted. He knew. He crawled across the bed, scooping her into his arms, held her, kissed her, made love to her. Tomorrow would come, and there wasn't a damn thing he could do about it. But he could hold on to tonight for all it was worth. Chapter 15. Ryder's room felt like hallowed ground. Zoe hesitated in the doorway, not entirely sure she should enter. He hadn't shut the door after he'd left that morning, much less locked it, but it was his private space. It's not like you were shy last night, or this morning. She flushed hot, but more from pleasure than embarrassment. They'd probably still be in bed if not for an issue with one of the vendors, but Ryder had a resort to run, and she, meanwhile, had an earring to find. It hadn't any particular meaning until she'd lost it in Ryder's bed. Some people took coasters and matchbooks. Zoe wanted the earring that had spent the night with Ryder Nash. The bedding seemed the logical place to start. The duvet had landed in a heap on the floor, so she started with it, lifting and shaking it gently. When she'd worked her way through the entire thing to no avail, she laid it on the table and started on the sheets. To her relief, she found the diamond pendant under one of the pillows, then eyeballed the bed. She should probably change the sheets, but she wasn't going to dig through his closet to see if he had extra linens in there, and she sure as hell wasn't going to call Aggie for a fresh set. That left making the bed, which she did quickly. When she pulled the duvet from the table, it didn't come alone. A flurry of documents came with it. Great. She tossed the duvet on the bed, then bent to pick up the papers she'd scattered, doing her best to straighten them without looking too closely at what they held. But one name caught her eye. Davenport Law. That was her firm. Why the hell would he have anything written on her letterhead? She dropped the offending papers on the table and tried to walk away, but her feet didn't move. Too many questions swirled, especially once she recognized the font on the letterhead to be one of the older typesets. Her father had updated it when she joined the firm, which meant it had to be at least 3 years old. She could think of any number of reasons Ryder might need an attorney, but many people in circles far less affluent than his kept lawyers on retainer. Ryder, with his assets, probably had a whole team working for him. Unless he and her father had purposefully hidden the relationship. She knew with a degree of certainty that team did not include her firm. The answer to her questions lay directly in front of her, with her name on it. She blew a frustrated breath, then snatched the page from the table before she could talk herself out of it. This agreement made this day between Ryder Nash and Edgar Davenport. The document was dated 10 years ago, high school graduation day. She scanned it quickly, then read it again and again when the words finally sank in. She wasn't sure with whom she was angrier. Ryder, for letting her father buy him off, or her father, for once again trying to control her life. Or maybe that was the time that started it all. Got rid of the boy next door easily enough. Now let's find a senator for her to marry and make us all look good. Neither man had given her a chance, but at least Ryder had an excuse. He'd gotten quite the payout, especially considering he'd never touched her. He'd touched her now, though. And according to the document he'd signed, the cost of that was his entire net worth. Was he crazy? A small part of her was angry he hadn't told her, but even she had to admit there hadn't exactly been an opening in the conversation for such a revelation. Plus, there was the matter of the NDA, and as an attorney, she knew better than most how damaging it would be to break the terms. He hadn't owed her anything then, and he couldn't know either of them would come to this. But he knew it now. He had told her they couldn't be in a relationship, that too many people depended on him. He'd told her 12 times he couldn't have her, that it was somehow illegal. He hadn't done that 10 years ago. He'd done that yesterday. Maybe all his concerns about keeping her off the radar weren't for her, but for himself. The fewer people who knew about her, the lesser the chance of her father finding out about that stupid contract. Tears stung her eyes. Ryder may not have sold her out then, but he sure as hell wasn't risking anything now. Zoe. She spun around to the sound of Ryder's voice, the document still clutched in her hand. What is this? His gaze tracked to the paper she held, then back to her face. Calmly, he asked. Rhetorical question? His indifference only added fuel to her myriad of emotions. You were paid to stay away from me? You can't be mad about that, he said evenly. He gave me a chance, and I took it. You never wanted anything to do with me back then anyway. Anger, frustration, and hurt swirled until she didn't know what she felt. Hadn't a clue. I wanted... Never mind. Why didn't you tell me about this? He shrugged. What would be the point? I violated the agreement. Your father might have made an ass move, but he thought he was protecting you. And I wouldn't be where I am today without the money he paid me to leave town. His expression softened. He's not on the wrong side of the law here, Zoe. I am. And putting you in the middle would have gotten us nowhere. So that's it? Doesn't it have to be? Do you think your father is going to never mind his investment? Ryder's use of the word investment made her cringe. He couldn't have known it, but he'd nailed his assessment of her father. And it's not just him. It's you. She jerked her gaze to his. What do you mean? I did my research. You're a highly respected attorney, and right now people are sympathetic. Even if your relationship with your ex was more of a mutually beneficial business arrangement than it was built on love, people are going to feel a lot less sorry for you if you tumble out of my bed 2 weeks later. He took a step closer and reached for her, but stopped midair and frowned, then shoved his hand in his pocket. You can't help what he did, but you can help yourself here. If this gets out, what happened between us is going to be billed as some kind of steamy, forbidden affair. Your credibility will be shot. I imagine your clientele is comprised primarily of big names with bigger secrets. If you can't handle your own business, they won't have much faith in your ability to handle theirs. Think about it, Zoe. You've built everything for yourself in D.C. This thing with us is a blip. It's a damn good one, but it's a blip. It doesn't matter that I'm willing to risk my fortune to be with you, because the bottom line is, I'm not willing to risk yours. And you think you have the right to make that decision for me? He met her eyes, steady, unfettered. I'm not the one who took it from you. She blinked back. What? Anger? Tears? He was right. He hadn't taken it from her. Her father had. It had happened 10 years ago. But it wouldn't happen again. I need some time, she said. When he didn't respond, she tossed the paper on the bed and walked out. Back in her room, she grabbed her phone and then left the cabana, opting to head out for the beach. No backward glance. No escape. It hurt like hell, but it didn't take away what they shared. It didn't take away the risk. She had to wonder if any court would award her father all of Ryder's assets, but far more ridiculous things had happened. There was a good chance her father would get something substantial, and even if he didn't, pursuing the case would paint them all in an unfavorable light. Ryder wouldn't want to risk that with his new business just starting up, so he just planned on giving her up instead. Convenient. Ryder may have lied to her by omission, but everything else between them had been real. It had to have been. That he'd give it up so willingly was a painful, bitter pill to swallow. But he didn't owe her anything. But her father, that was another situation entirely. One she would remedy. She woke her phone and dialed her father's direct line. She wasn't surprised when the call was immediately answered. "Zoe, where the hell are you?" Despite her anger, his biting tone intimidated her. "No more. I told you I was on vacation." "Your mother is beside herself, and your clients' cases are suffering. If you were just any associate, I'd fire you." "Oh, hell no." Despite her anger at his threats, she forced an even tone. Coming across as hysterical or furious would just give him more ammunition. "Associate or not, I'm entitled to vacation time, and my clients are all taken care of by other attorneys, every single one more experienced than me, which you would damn well know if you were as all-powerful as you thought yourself." A telling silence straddled the connection. Zoe almost smiled. Very few people or situations left her father speechless, but she knew he wouldn't stay that way long. "You need to change your tone and amend your word choice," he said. "I demand an apology." "I don't work for someone who doesn't respect me. Father or not, there was no way in hell she'd subject herself to that." Dead silence followed. Then, "Young lady, this is more than a place to work. This is your legacy, your law firm." "No, it's not. I've been there 3 years, and it's a job. I did that because it was what you wanted, and I wanted to live up to your expectations. Everything has to be your way. It's always been that way, hasn't it?" The words surprised her, even as she said them. She never realized she was going through the motions and doing what was expected of her more than living. She did enjoy some aspects of her job, but not playing dirty. She didn't want to be her father, and she knew that now. "What are you talking about?" he demanded. "Ryder Nash." "Who?" But it didn't sound like who. It sounded more like what. Like he wanted to know what she knew before he spoke. Classic Edgar Davenport, Esquire. "Ryder, from next door. You paid him to stay away from me?" "That was 10 years ago," he said, fury barely restrained behind his words. "You were a kid. He swore he'd never touched you. If he was telling the truth, what difference does it make?" Her father paused, then added, "How did you know about that?" "I just happened upon the contract you had him sign." "How the hell did you happen upon that? Are you with that piece of trash?" Zoe's gut twisted. "No, I'm at an exclusive resort in the Caribbean. I'm not sure you could afford it, so I wouldn't worry about the trash. But I will say this. You need to rescind that contract." "Why the hell would I do that?" her father bellowed. She swallowed hard and forced an even tone. "Because I am a grown woman who doesn't need you to manipulate my life any longer." "Manipulate your life?" he roared. A nearby bird took flight, and with her father's volume, she wasn't sure it was a coincidence. "I've given you everything. Your future husband is headed for the White House." She straightened, fueled by anger. What father would want his daughter subjected to such treatment? How could he not want her to be happy? Rhetorical questions, she knew. There was no way he'd ever be able to explain his defense of her ex. Not well enough to convince her. She gritted her teeth, then spoke through the tension. "That man is not now and never will be my husband. And I wouldn't bet on him making it to the White House anymore either. Not unless he's standing in line for the visitor's entrance with the rest of the public." "The story's old news," he said, his tone dismissive. "When you come home, you'll see he's sorry for what he did. I don't care whether he's sorry or not, though the fact that not one of my phone messages has been from him makes me suspect the latter. It's over. I left the ring, and I'm not going back to him or that business arrangement of a relationship. Tell him he's free to give it to one of his sluts." "Zoe Michelle, no. I'm no longer a pawn for your Beltway credentials." She could practically see that vein on the side of his head going haywire, though she was grateful she wasn't actually privy to it. It would be a little harder to stand her ground that way, to say what she needed to say. "And until you issue a legally binding document rescinding the contract you railroaded Ryder into signing 10 years ago, I'm not coming back. You have my personal email address. Use it." "Zoe Michelle Davenport, you will be in my office first thing in the morning, or I will make sure you regret it." She broke into laughter. "Regret what? Setting him up for you to steal his fortune? Not a chance. If you know about that contract, then clearly you know it's enforceable." His chilling tone had her second-guessing her decision to give him an ultimatum. Her father clearly hated Ryder. "Do you really think your threats are going to keep me from following through?" he asked. "Although, I'm not sure what the point would be. He can't be worth much." If only he knew. "It's not about him. It's about me. I don't want to be manipulated. I want to make my own choices." "Good. Here's one for you. If you don't get your butt back here in your chair and do your job, I'll find that boy myself. And if there's any evidence that he's been anywhere near you, I'll follow through on the terms of that contract." His voice actually softened. "If you want to be your own person, then prove to me it's for you. Fight your fight, Zoe, not his. That I will respect. The choice is yours." In the echo of silence that followed, Zoe ended the call and shook. Ryder stood in place, watching sunlight dance over calm water, seeing Zoe in his arms and hearing her laughter, tasting the salt of the sea on her lips, knowing that in not one of his 28 years had a woman looked past his surface, filthy rich or dirt poor, and seen him for who he was. She had. Or so he had thought. Regret what? Setting him up for you to steal his fortune? Not a chance. He replayed the words in his head over and over until he was blind to everything but the pain. He was never meant to hear them. Of that he was sure. He'd only gone back to the cabana when he realized he left out the documents. He hadn't wanted her to find them, hadn't wanted them to change anything between them while he figured things out. And he hadn't intended on overhearing her conversation, with whom he assumed was her father. He just hadn't expected the answers to come so damn readily. And when they did, he could do nothing but backpedal, slipping away before he was seen, away from Zoe. Why would she say she'd set him up if she hadn't? She'd seemed genuinely shocked about the contract. It didn't add up. He'd risked everything because what they had been so right. Even then, even knowing she might have played his ass like a violin, no amount of logic could mount an argument to convince his heart. There was no way the chemistry between them hadn't been real. It was impossible to think she'd simply endured while he made love to her. Fucking would have been an easy enough sell, but not the tenderness with which she'd loved him back. Love. Biggest bunch of bullshit to ever meet a shovel. But he didn't feel as if his heart had been ripped out of his chest because the sex was over. And he hadn't gone into their affair without full awareness that it could cost him everything. He'd assumed they'd have a fling and go their separate ways. Her father none the wiser. And, God help him, if Zoe had decided she wanted him more than her old life, he'd have dealt with her father and the fallout with a smile on his face because that woman would be his. But he got neither. It was over, and he hadn't gotten a vote. And now, just when he realized how badly he wanted more, it was too late. The real world had infiltrated their little bubble, and things had gotten messy fast. He was still standing there, dumbstruck, when she turned and saw him. For a long while, no one said anything, but he knew, just by looking at her, that Zoe wouldn't use him, that it was his antipathy toward relationships talking. He broke the silence. I just heard you say something about not regretting that you set me up for someone to steal my fortune. I know you didn't do that, not the way it sounds. So what were you talking about? Her mouth opened, then closed, and opened again. Screw you, Ryder. Just tell me the truth. The truth is, I just told off my father for what he'd done, and now I have to go crawling back because he's right. Because he had a point when he said I need to make my decisions and move on despite what happened at home. Not because of what happened here. Ryder frowned. Not because he disagreed, but because he didn't. He'd want the same thing for Zoe. He's right. She stared at him for a moment before she spoke. Then I guess that's that. Can you have someone ready the plane? He sighed. Stay for the gala. It'll be good press for you. You'll have time to prepare your answers and deflect any you want to avoid. When her forehead furrowed, he elaborated. A lot of big-name politicians will be here, but no reporters. Or rather, just one, Chloe Lachlan. Her eyes lit, then narrowed. Knox Hamilton's wife? Senator Knox Hamilton? The reporter who outed his father as a crook? That's the one. You can trust her, and you can spin it however you like. Zoe didn't appear any less dubious. Does she know she's coming here to work? She's a reporter, he said wryly. They're not prone to turning down good stories. I guess, she said, after a moment's hesitation. Okay, make the arrangements. I've got to face it sooner or later. I'll have to go back and start over. You'll be fine. God, he sounded like an idiot. You'll be fine? He wanted her to be his. But he also wanted her to be happy, and that happiness existed in her career as an attorney. She'd already said she wanted to go home. She wouldn't have to ask twice. He looked for a long time, memorizing her and the way she looked in his place. Probably no need of that, though, because he wasn't sure he'd ever forget. Then he simply turned his back on her and left, walking along the shore until he couldn't see her. Unfortunately, that put him closer to the resort, but that felt like the easier option. He needed to get involved with something. He needed to do something. Easier said than done. He lost himself to the solitude, but not for long before he heard someone approach. Good heavens, boy, there you are. Aggie and her staggered breaths. The woman could clean like no one's business and never break a sweat, but she had no endurance whatsoever for sand. He didn't turn to greet her, didn't want her on his beach, didn't need her sympathy. You have about 50 employees fidgeting in the ballroom, she said, her voice drawing closer. Hector is threatening to take them up on that biplane and barrel roll, and I think that little one is about to wet his pants. He didn't turn around, didn't look at her. What are you doing out here? It's hard to get piss out of good leather, she said of the communal furniture. Soaks right in. Not funny. What burnt your biscuits? And why aren't you in there? You've worked too hard and wanted this too long to miss it. He hesitated, but quickly decided there was no point. He crammed his hands in his pockets. Still, with his back to Aggie, he said, The day I graduated high school, Zoe's father paid me to leave town. The catch? I was never to touch his daughter. The penalty for defying him was 10 times the face value of the check, or my entire net worth, whichever was greater. I knew there was something to you in that girl. Aggie threw back, seemingly unfazed by his confession. Don't know why you wasted your breath trying to tell me otherwise. He bit back a retort, primarily because there was nothing he could say. Aggie was right, and he was pretty sure she'd never been convinced otherwise. There wasn't anything then, he said. I never touched her. I wanted to, but you know how teenage boys are. She pinned him down with an accusatory glare. Not too discriminating is how they are. But you're not 18 anymore, and you love her, don't you? Doesn't matter. Her father has that contract. He fiddled with the contents of his pocket. The jangling invaded the soothing wash of the sea, irritating him, but he didn't stop. The older woman shook her head. I'm not taking her father's side on anything, but he was probably just trying to protect his daughter. You've told me a time or two about how you were close to going down the wrong path. You're not now. He has no reason not to approve of the man you are now. Approval isn't the problem. He looked down as Aggie put a hand on his arm, silencing the noise. With a sigh, he removed his hands from his pockets. The problem is that, doting father or not, he's an asshole. He's a power-hungry piece of shit who puts his own agenda ahead of everything else, including her daughter's right to make her own choices. And in D.C., money equals power. If he thinks he can get his hands on any portion of my assets, he'll pursue this contract. So, what is he going to do? Take you to court? Aggie waved her arms around like she was shooing birds. That's nonsense. Well, considering he's reportedly one of the shrewdest attorneys on the East Coast, and he had me sign in front of a notary, he said, the sarcasm thinly veiled. He might well take me to court. I've already talked to my lawyers. And what did they advise? He sighed. Not to touch her. Aggie looked skyward, aggravation etched on her face. Why do you ask if you had no intention of listening? Because I thought she was worth it. What is this? What is any of this without someone to share it with? So share it with her. He shook his head. Did you not hear me? It's not that easy. I'll lose everything. If you love her and let her go, she said, then you already have. His sharp look earned him one in return. Aggie waved her hand again. The way she threw her arms around, she'd be right at home on a runway, directing aircraft. I don't mean to get into business that isn't mine, she said. But you think about it. You've kept up that wall for so long. There's a reason she got through. She poked him in the chest, hard. You're the closest thing I have to a son. And if I thought for 1 minute this was wrong, I'd tell you. But I don't. If you don't believe me, find her and ask her right out. Find out how she feels about you. Don't go throwing everything away because your head is too far up your ass to ask a question. He didn't say anything, just stood there, loving Zoe. You are one stubborn ass, Aggie said. Let me rephrase. According to what you just told me, you lost her, and you're about to lose everything else you have. You look at me, Ryder Nash. What else do you have to lose? Don't stand there and tell me you love her, but not be willing to fight for her. He glared. At no point did I say I loved her. Aggie's knowing smile cut through to the heart of him. You didn't have to. Now, go give her a chance to tell you how she feels. Worst case, you march your behind right back over here and go back to staring at the sea. But at least then, you'll know. He shoved his hands in his pockets again. He took in the calm, turquoise water and the clear blue sky and the wide expanses of sand and the architecture and wondered if there was another spot in the world like it, or if there was any greater risk, or one more worth taking. Outside of the kid who, as you said, is about to piss himself, is everything under control in there? The resort is fine. Don't you worry a minute about it." He nodded. "Call me if anything changes. I need to go." "Good. Find her and get this cleared up." He shook his head. "Not her." "Then who?" "I've got nothing to lose, so I'm taking your advice. I'm going straight to the—" He paused, almost laughed, but it fit. "I'm going straight to the horse's ass." And for once, it wasn't him. Chapter 16. Zoe didn't see Ryder the rest of the day. She didn't think much of it, considering he had only a couple of days before the resort opened, but when he didn't come home that night, unease set in. Something had to be wrong, unless he was giving her more space. But why would he do that? She thought of the agreement he had with her father, and fear jolted through her. Had her father gone after him? He said he wouldn't if she came home, and she clearly wasn't there yet, but he had to give her time to catch a flight. She needed to find out when she'd touched down on the mainland, and at what airport, so she could arrange a flight home. Maybe having a boarding pass would buy time? She truly hoped he'd be a man of his word, but if he found out what Ryder was worth, he might decide the money was worth more than his daughter. Her father might have friends in high places, but whether that reach extended to Ryder's home state was another issue. With a start, she realized she didn't even know which state that was. She'd be surprised if he hadn't ditched Virginia altogether, but stranger things have happened, like showing up on his private island and falling in love with him. She didn't sleep that night. The next morning, she didn't waste any time tracking down Aggie. "He didn't tell you?" the older woman asked. Zoe stared, a sickness crawling through her gut. "Tell me what?" "He's gone. Thought the whole island could hear that tin can launch." "He's gone?" Her jaw dropped. "But what about the resort, the grand opening?" "Calm down, honey." Aggie placed a reassuring hand on Zoe's shoulder. "I didn't say he was never coming back. He said he'd return tomorrow night. I'm surprised he didn't tell you, but then again, you never know what that man has up his sleeve." Aggie punctuated the sentiment with a knowing wink, but it did nothing to settle Zoe's churning stomach. Had she given up everything for a man who was already gone? "I need to talk to him. It's important." Aggie shook her head with a quiet laugh. "I don't doubt that." Zoe touched her arm. "What do you mean?" Expression solemn, Aggie frowned. "You know it's not my place. All I can tell you is he'll be back tomorrow night." Frustration boiled dangerously close to Zoe's limit, but she tamped it down. None of this was Aggie's fault. "Can you at least tell me where he went?" Aggie shrugged. "Something to do with a horse's ass? Now get in here and help me get ready for this fancy gala of his. If I have to sample all this food by myself, I won't fit through the door by the time the party starts." Zoe followed, numb. If Ryder's definition of a horse's ass was what she suspected, he was going to confront her father without a clue about how furious he was. There was no way this could end well, for any of them. Despite Aggie's assurances, second thoughts assuaged Ryder at the speed of light. He'd thought Zoe too good to be true, his fortune too great, but he believed in what they had. She was worth fighting for. Ryder had every intention of storming Edgar Davenport's office and declaring his love for the man's daughter, but that particular form of chivalry posed a problem. If Edgar refused to grant his approval, then what? Ryder wasn't going to give up on Zoe, no matter what the man said, which made the whole permissive gesture an empty one. Zoe was worth more than that. He needed a plan B, and it wasn't until the plane touched down in D.C. that it came to him. He spent the night watching the clock in a ritzy hotel. The next morning, after confirming with Edgar's PA that he was in the office, Ryder rented a car and headed for the Davenport residence, more than a little relieved to find they had moved from the property located next to his former home. He wasn't ready to go back there, but for Zoe, he would have. He was beginning to realize he'd do damn near anything for her. Even fly to D.C. After a quick stop at the florist, he found the Loudoun County estate with little trouble. Old Edgar had clearly upgraded, with his new place at least twice the size of the old one. No beer cans laying in the dirt next door, that was for sure. Ryder steered the car along a winding, stamped concrete drive and parked in front of a columned porch with enough steps to rival the facade of the Supreme Court building. Edgar probably already saw himself there, a fact that might work in Ryder's favor. If that contract saw the light of day, Davenport could kiss his chances of wearing that particular judicial robe goodbye. The assurance didn't do as much for Ryder as he would have hoped. It didn't stop his stomach from churning as he gathered a dozen champagne roses in his arms and left the car. The distance to the house grew with every step. He'd had precisely one run-in with Zoe's mother. He was 16 and had just gotten the car that had become the bane of Zoe's existence. His father, predictably, had lost his shit. It had been Ryder's own money, but apparently nothing was his. Not when there were cigarettes, beer, and lottery tickets to be purchased. Ryder spent that cold night in a car that wouldn't yet start, watching snowflakes blow by. He had only his jacket for warmth and too much pride to go in the house for anything more. 30 minutes after the initial blow-up faded, Zoe's mother had showed up at the car window with a thermos of hot soup and a blanket. Stunned, he'd barely managed a thank you before she walked away. He hadn't spoken to her since, but he never forgot her kindness. Now, he hoped she hadn't either. He pressed the chime. Before the melody ended, Charlene Davenport opened the door and seemed to take him in all at once. The custom Italian suit, the $200 bouquet of roses, the hair he really needed to cut. And much to his relief, her expression didn't morph into disgust, but rather growing curiosity. Then she glanced past him to the Mustang he hadn't been able to resist renting. Not a classic like his old car had been, but close enough. And her eyes widened. "Ryder Nash, is that you?" "Yes, ma'am." He held out the roses, which she accepted with some hesitance. Her gaze still darting over his shoulder, she asked, "Are you here for Zoe?" He nodded. "In a manner of speaking." "She doesn't live here. She has an apartment inside the Beltway." "She's not there, either," he said with a smile. "May I come in?" "Oh, yes, of course." She stepped back, allowing him to pass, then shut the door. He followed her at a distance to a gourmet kitchen gleaming with polished granite and steel. She studied him openly as she found a vase for the flowers and proceeded to arrange them and add water. Though the growing silence unnerved him, he didn't say a word. Finally, she spoke. "You look well." "As do you. I won't waste your time, Mrs. Davenport. I need your help." She led him to the living room and sat on the edge of a sofa, her back ramrod straight. "I'm not sure what I could do for you. Edgar controls the finances. With all due respect, Mrs. Davenport, it's not money I need." "Oh?" Ryder reached into his jacket pocket and extracted a brochure for his resort. He handed it over and waited as Zoe's mother examined it. After a couple of moments, she looked up. "I'm afraid I'm not following you." "I understand your husband has a great deal of influence," he said, leaving her to draw his own conclusion over the object of that influence. "There is an event tomorrow night at Latitude 13, and it's an influential guest list. You and your husband have an all-expenses-paid invitation to attend. That includes first-class airfare to Florida, then a private flight to the island. Your all-inclusive stay has already been arranged. All I need you to do is get him on the plane." Her polite attention shifted to bewilderment as she glanced between him and the brochure. He cleared his throat. "With your permission, I'll finalize the arrangements." "I will need to consult my husband, of course." "I hope you'll do more than consult, Mrs. Davenport. You'll need to convince him." He stood and handed her a card that held only his name and a phone number. "You have 1 hour. Charlene stood and trailed after him to the door. "I'm afraid I still don't understand. Why are you here? Do you work for this resort?" "No, ma'am. I own it." Chapter 17. An hour before the gala began, and Ryder was nowhere in sight. Zoe had wanted to apologize, or at the very least find out if she was due to meet with Chloe, but he remained elusive. What was worse, her father hadn't responded to her text that she'd provide her flight information as soon as she had a connection to the mainland. She didn't doubt he would have run a check on Ryder, which meant he might not be so willing to keep his end of the bargain. All things considered, she was on the verge of ditching her sparkly gown and the painstaking updo she'd endured from a celebrity stylist in favor of some of the Cajun fried chicken in her fridge, but she'd barely managed to untangle her ankles from the strappy heels when a knock sounded at the door. Aggie stood on the other side, frowning. "Ryder isn't here," Zoe said. "Of course he isn't, honey. He's in the ballroom, pretending he's not fit to be tied." At the mention of tied, Zoe's wrists tingled. So did the rest of her. She'd have been content to stay right there and enjoy all those tingles if she could manage to detach them from Ryder and his Italian silk restraints. But those memories were with her as hard and fast as the man himself. "Well?" Zoe blinked Aggie back into focus. "Well, what?" "Get your shoes on and come on." "To the gala?" Zoe whimpered. Aggie parked her hands on her hips. "Do you have a better idea?" "I have some fried chicken," Zoe said mildly. Aggie glanced toward the refrigerator with a touch of longing, then shook her head. "Nope, let's get moving." Zoe hesitated. I'm not sure I should go." "It's nothing, honey. All you gotta do is stand there and try not to plant your knee in his crotch over whatever's got you all out of sorts. Don't leave the man hanging with all those highfalutin types." "Fine." Zoe sighed and reached for her shoes, then dropped on the sofa to begin the arduous task of reattaching them to her feet. When she looked up a moment later, Aggie was holding a piece of fried chicken. "What?" The older woman shrugged. "There's no food at the gala?" "Honey, there's enough food to sink the island, but I didn't see the first piece of fried chicken." Zoe laughed, but the light-hearted moment passed quickly. Stepping outside the cabana filled her with dread that was only surpassed by the moment the ballroom came into view. Light filtered through solid walls of windows, and music spilled through a number of French doors left open to the outside. Though the gala hadn't officially begun, guests had been checking into the island all day, and they were already swarming the ballroom. Seeing the crowds for the first time since she'd fled D.C. made Zoe's gut clench. "Is there media here?" she whispered to Aggie. "One reporter, but she's married to some hotshot senator friend of Mr. Nash. He speaks highly of them both. She won't put you in the gossip columns if that's what you're worried about. But you have to know, you'll get there anyway. You can't work the room on the arm of a single young billionaire and expect anything else, especially not one as hot as that one." Zoe's eyes widened, and Aggie laughed. "I may be old, honey, but I'm not dead. I'd give him a run for his money, but he's too much like a son to me. Besides, I suspect I'd have to get through you first." With that, Aggie walked off, leaving Zoe standing there in bewilderment. What had Ryder said to make Aggie think such a thing? And then Ryder walked up and stole Zoe's breath. But not just hers. Every eye in the room seemed to follow him, many of the women with open lust, while the men tended more toward admiration. Either way, he was the center of the room no matter where he went. Zoe couldn't blame them for staring, nor could she control the desire that spiked through her core, decimating her ability to think straight. He had an easy way of moving, like he knew he was on display, yet made no pretensions from it. He was comfortable in his own skin, and he owned the room. He also looked unbelievably good in a tux that had to have been custom-stitched for him. But that wasn't what caught her attention. "You cut your hair," Just a trim. He offered an easy grin. Her heart wanted to melt, but cynicism reigned. He was probably being polite because this was the worst possible time for confrontation. She'd given him a hard time about his hair, but now that it was cut boardroom short, she could think of nothing but holding those longish strands for dear life while he took her body. "You look amazing," she said. "I'm pretty sure that's my line." He took her hand and twirled her, then brought her close. When she failed to smile, he frowned. "Zoe, that's not the happy face I anticipated." "Sorry, I'm just a little nervous." He squeezed her hand and smiled, like the whole room didn't hang on his every move. "You are used to the DC scene. Trust me, this will be nothing." "Only it's everything." "It's important to you," she said, "and that's enough." His eyes flashed something she couldn't quite read, after which he tugged on her hand and led her through the nearest doorway. They ended up in one of the resort's wide halls, lights twinkling from the barrel ceiling to create a breathtaking moonlit effect. She was surprised to find they were alone with the resort being booked to capacity, but then she remembered the number translated to only 70 or so guests. Staff nearly doubled it, but since guests had begun to arrive, they'd become remarkably discreet. "I owe you an apology," he said quietly. "We can talk about it later." Because right now, she was pretty sure somewhere, from some angle, someone watched them. And her most stressful courtroom experience to date had nothing on the stage on which she'd found herself tonight. He shook his head, pairing the gesture with a gentle smile. "No, we can't. I know you left DC to get away from everything, and I seem to have brought it all here to you." "I'm here on my terms," she said, "which is really what I wanted all along, and more than I'd ever get back home." She hesitated, tempted to continue, to tell him what she demanded of her father. But this was writer's night, and she didn't want to take anything from it. He might be richer than all of his guests put together and more or less untouchable, but he took pride in what he'd accomplished. Pity there was no one there to be proud of him. No one but her. "You've given me far more than you've taken," she said softly. "And I want you to know you amaze me. You've taken control of your life, and you've gone as far as any man could go under the best of circumstances. To fight what you fought and win. You should be really proud. But you're not that kind of man, so I'll be proud for you." He swallowed. A moment passed before he spoke. "It was all because of you," he said. "I knew I couldn't have you, but I always wanted to be good enough to think I had a chance." "You had a chance." But she didn't get to say it. They had company. Ryder turned around at the sound of the approaching couple and smiled broadly as he extended his hand. "Knox Hamilton, how do you end up here? Make a raft out of sticks and rope?" "That's Senator Knox Hamilton to you. And if I'm not mistaken, it was via a beat-up old Airbus." "Not on your life." Zoe stood and watched the exchange, surprised at how unnerved she was. She knew Knox. His father, who had preceded him in the Senate, had been friends with her father for years. Not so much since the elder Hamilton had been forced to give up his seat due to scandal, but enough so that she worried. To her knowledge, Knox hadn't had anything to do with Edgar Davenport. But it didn't matter. DC was small when it came to secrets, and he wasn't looking at her like she was some kind of pathetic, jilted woman. At least, not yet. Knox pulled his wife Chloe in closer and turned his attention toward Zoe. When his gaze fixed on her, his eyes widened, but his expression quickly melted into a warm smile. Though full of the legendary Hamilton charm, his smile didn't do for her what Ryder's did. Nevertheless, she was grateful for the kindness. "Oh, hell," Ryder said. "Knox, Chloe, this is Zoe Davenport." She didn't want Ryder to lie. especially considering Knox and his wife knew all too well who she was. Knox and my ex serve in the same Senate, Zoe said by way of explanation. Chloe, who Zoe had met at a handful of events in D.C., smiled and punched Knox in the arm. "I told you she dumped him, and rightfully so," she added, shooting Zoe a sympathetic look. "Tell that to my father," Zoe said. "He hit the roof, and best I can tell, he has probably become a permanent fixture there. Frankly, I hope the pigeons have found him." Knox and Chloe laughed. Chloe touched her arm and leaned close. "If you want to talk it out, maybe get your story out there, I'd be honored to help you. You'd have approval on every word." "Thank you," Zoe said. "I'd like that, as soon as I figure out which end is up." Ryder looked at her in surprise. Chloe glanced between Ryder and Zoe. "Time for a drink. Knox?" Knox threw a hapless look over his shoulder as his wife not so subtly dragged him off. When they were gone, Ryder turned to Zoe. She spoke before he could. "I didn't want to mention it and ruin your night, but I think I was looking at it all wrong. I think this is good news." Someone passed by and clapped Ryder on the shoulder, but he didn't look up. "What is it?" "That day on the beach, when you overheard me talking to my father, he agreed not to go after your money." His eyes searched hers. "Under what circumstances?" She shook her head. "I'm going back to D.C. tomorrow." He looked at her for a long moment. "I know you said. I thought you wanted to wait for the gossip to die down." She shook her head. "I'm not the person I was when I left. I'm not going to hide, and I'm not going to read a script for the media. If they want to ask me questions, let them. My father and Senator Selfie are going to have to deal with the truth, no matter how ugly, and after what I've been through, I have the right to tell it." He frowned. "So, you're just going to go back?" "I think I should." "But not until tomorrow." "Not until then." They still had one night, and if she had a chance in hell of getting over him, she'd have to spend it alone. Ryder couldn't take his eyes off Zoe. It wasn't just the dress that hugged and clung to her in a way that made him jealous, but that he couldn't look at it without seeing St. Lucia, or what happened that got them there. He'd been a fool, thinking that getting her away from Latitude 13 would change anything. If anything, he'd fallen harder. Too hard. Even from across the room, she enchanted him. But the feeling wasn't mutual. She wanted to leave. He figured he didn't know what a broken heart was. Either that, or his had always been broken. But with her words, something fractured deep inside him. If she left, he'd be less than half a man. He'd be pieces of less than half a man. All those years, he'd endured the emptiness he carried. Always his own rotten childhood had stolen his chance to feel. When he was older, he thought sex could fill that void. But all he did was close his eyes and try not to feel. He didn't want any of them. He'd only wanted Zoe. And she wanted to go. He'd gone from thinking she'd betrayed him to realizing he was an ass for believing for a moment she'd have done such a thing. Maybe this was punishment for doubting, for thinking what they had been a lie. He wanted to take her aside and try to make her understand that those feelings were as much about him as they were her, that he'd never been worthy of love before, that he might not deserve a second chance, but he loved her. He loved her, and that was it. That was all that mattered. He loved her, and nothing could possibly matter more. He looked around at the resort he'd built. Without her, it was sticks and mud and a bunch of imported shit that meant nothing, but without her, it would be all he had, if that much. He fiddled with his pocket and felt the beginnings of a cold sweat. He had nothing to lose. Only everything. He looked up and locked eyes with a very pissed-off Edgar Davenport, the one man who could take it all. Chapter 18. As many different capacities and stages of undress Zoe had seen Ryder in the time she'd been on the island, he still managed to take her breath. The inner bad boy with which she had so intimately become familiar didn't stray too far below the surface. But the man he'd become shone through. When he stood in front of the crowd, small by any definition of a grand scale, but a powerhouse mixture of politicians and celebrities, he owned the room. He was magnetism defined, and he didn't need a damn thing from anyone, which made being around him so much more than it could have been. Every person in that room was there because Ryder wanted them there, and it was as if they knew it. But this time, something about him was different. He appeared to be searching for something or someone, but not her. His eyes briefly met hers, and he looked away so quickly she had the feeling he'd rather not have seen her at all. He fiddled with one hand in his pocket and tugged at his collar with the other. He was all so un-Ryder-like that she worried he was sick. That might explain the paleness. But before she tripped over the 1,000 possibilities she was sure she could imagine, her own gaze landed on her ex. Upon locking eyes with her, he quickly cut through the crowd. Ryder hadn't been kidding that his guests wouldn't worry themselves with scandal because Todd Randall, Senator Selfie himself, only earned the barest of second glances. It was a pity one of them had to be hers. "What do you want?" she asked, hoping her tone would cut him off before he put his hands on her. Her plan must have worked because he came to an abrupt stop and looked to either side, busying his hands with adjusting his tie. "Zoe, my dear, how have you enjoyed your vacation?" She almost cringed at the sound of his voice. What had she been thinking? There had to have been a sign that this guy was scum, but she'd probably been too busy trying to please her father to see it. But no more. "I trust my father informed you of the dissolution of our arrangement?" He cocked a brow, as if she'd puzzled him. "Our arrangement?" She waved a dismissive hand. "Don't insult me, Todd. You're making a fool out of yourself. I'm guessing half the people in this room have seen your penis trolling the Twitterverse. And between you and me, and a great number of media outlets, the withered half-mast thing isn't appealing." To his credit, he looked absolutely appalled. Zoe kept her voice down out of respect for Ryder, but she had a feeling, with the slow death of nearby conversation, that word would get out. Todd cleared his throat. "What happened was a misunderstanding." She shook her head and tried not to smile or laugh. She should have confronted him before she left D.C. Doing so was oddly exhilarating. "I don't think so," she said. "Cheating, lying, and penis flashing? I'm worth more than that. You may be a little late on the uptake, but I'd say I'd figured it out just in time. We're done." He opened his mouth, but she held up a hand. "Don't bother, unless you'd like to add harassment charges to your growing list." He gave an indifferent, solemn nod, the condescending jerk. "Perhaps when you calm down." "I'm perfectly calm," she said sweetly, "calm and so done." "How did you get here, anyway?" "I came as a guest of your father." Her father? Oh, dear God. She sidestepped Todd, leaving him standing there with his hands in his pockets, how fitting, and scoured the room for her dad. How had he found her? Had Ryder seen him? Should she intercept and risk a scene or stay back and hope? Hope what? That he wouldn't take out his wrath on Ryder? Yeah, take it out on him. The understatement of the century. She'd stood up to her father, a man who wasn't accustomed to being questioned, and then she'd defied him. She'd temporarily walked away from the law firm he'd referred to as her legacy for as long as she could remember. And no doubt, he blamed the man he'd paid to stay away from her. Money wasted, at that. She stood, frozen. Should she warn Ryder? Ask her father if they could talk somewhere else? Anything, she prayed. Anything but a confrontation here, of all places. Her father had his back to Ryder, at least. He was talking to Knox, and he didn't look unhappy. Was it possible he was there for the elbow rubs and had no idea Ryder was the owner? It would be one heck of a coincidence, but no less odd than Zoe having landed there herself. Perhaps her father wouldn't notice. Maybe if she just found a plant to duck behind. She took a step back and felt someone touch her arm. Her mother. Zoe swallowed hard and didn't dispel the lump in her throat. In lieu of a greeting, she asked one question. "Does he know?" Her mother nodded. Zoe's heart hit the floor at the same instant Ryder took the mic and started talking. "It's been my great pleasure to welcome each and every one of you to Latitude 13. Everyone? Even her father? Invitations were exclusive. The event sold out. How had her parents even gotten there? She shot her mother a sideways glance, but it revealed nothing. Her father knew? Where was a fire alarm to pull when she needed one? "Tonight represents a new beginning," Ryder said. "Not just here at the resort, but in my personal life. 10 years ago, I was a kid with a bad attitude and a loud car. You all know how that story ends, and it's probably exactly what would have happened to me if my neighbor hadn't taken a good look at me and decided I wasn't good enough for his daughter." Ryder's gaze skated the room, but settled on her father a bit longer than anyone else. He did not, however, name names. "I don't need to tell you," he continued, "that the last thing I needed in my life was someone else telling me I wasn't good enough. But that's what happens to kids like me. You're born into a life you didn't choose, and you're choked by walls you can't see beyond because no one has ever told you there's anything else out there. You don't realize there's hope. You don't dream. Not because you don't want more for yourself, but because you don't know more exists. But it turns out I did have one dream. One thing I never had, even when I thought I had it all. I didn't realize until the past few weeks what I'd been missing." He turned to look her squarely in the eye. "I missed love. I put up walls, those old, faded, familiar ones I knew as a kid, and built them higher and higher, and never felt like I was gaining anything. Not until this woman came in and knocked down all those walls and left me standing in a pile of rubble did I realize just how rich I was. But not with everything you see around you. I was rich because of her." Zoe wasn't a crier, but the tears in her eyes said otherwise. There wasn't a soul in the room who knew what he was risking, and despite the fact her father stood several feet away, she couldn't tear her eyes from Ryder. She'd told him she was leaving, and he wasn't just saying he loved her, he was proving it. He was giving up everything for her. There'd be no going back from this. Before I say any more, I'd like to thank the Washington Tribune's Chloe Laughlin for being here tonight to cover this moment. Most of you have heard of her, and for good reason. She's got a reputation for being honest, so I know we can trust her to share my news this evening. Zoe's father paled visibly. "Mr. Davenport." Zoe blinked. Had Ryder just spoken to her father? Ryder held up an envelope. "I understand helping troubled kids is a particular, if not well-known, passion of yours. So I've taken the liberty of writing a $1 million donation in your name to the Youth First Fund, which operates in your region." He waited for the gasps and clapping to die before he continued. Zoe couldn't get over the look on her father's face. She wanted to laugh, but with everyone else staring in awe, she could only clamp her mouth shut. "I know you and I haven't always seen eye to eye," Ryder told her father, "but I hope that will change when you examine the contents of this envelope. I also hope tonight marks a new beginning. There's nothing I wouldn't do for your daughter. And if I had to give up everything I have to make her mine, I'd do it. But that's not your choice, and it's not mine. It's hers." Zoe almost burst out laughing. Her father would look like a complete ass if he went after Ryder now, and the blanching of his face suggested he knew it. "Zoe Michelle, A beat passed before she realized Ryder had spoken her name. She looked in surprise. He held out his hand and waited for her to approach. She didn't look at her father as she passed, though as she walked away, she turned and caught a glimpse of her mother's face. It was tracked with tears. Zoe was as unsteady as she'd ever been, and the pin-drop quiet of the room did little to help her forget the fact that every eye in the place was now on her. When Ryder took her hand, he was warm, strong. All the uncertainty she'd detected earlier was gone, and he was solid. And she was terrified. "You have changed me. You have changed my life, and I hope you'll let me change yours." She stared, unblinking as the weight of his words sank in. He pulled a ring from his pocket and dropped to one knee. "Zoe, will you marry me?" Are you sure?" she whispered. He stood to a round of applause, everyone likely convinced she'd said yes. He handed off the microphone and dropped his forehead to hers, then spoke quietly. "There is nothing, and I mean nothing, that I want more than to have you in my life. Anywhere you want to go, whatever you want to be, even DC. All I ask is that you allow me to be a part of it." "You're not worried about your reputation?" she whispered. "You're the one who told me my clients would bolt." He grinned and touched a kiss to her ear so he could speak. "Then they're idiots. And considering your clientele probably hypocrites, I want you with me, and I don't care what anyone thinks." "But what about Zoe? This is you and me. Nothing else matters. If you believe that, if you believe in me, that's all I need." "Actually, that's not true." Zoe locked eyes with Ryder, then eased her attention to the source of the interruption. Her father. "Dad, whatever happened to asking a woman's father for her hand in marriage? Or perhaps that of her current fiancé?" Zoe stood nervously, felt faint. Her father had to be joking, but he didn't joke about anything. Ryder faced him without a hint of the nervousness that had plagued him earlier, and she realized that had been for her. "I don't care what Senator Randall thinks. I certainly hope he enjoys his stay, though I can't say he appeared too happy when he left just now." Zoe swallowed a grin. Todd had stomped off in the middle of Ryder's proposal, and she hoped it would be the last she saw of him. With any luck, he was sitting on the runway, or summoning a helicopter, or a yacht, or even Air Force One, since he thought himself so connected. Her father straightened, but he still seemed small next to Ryder. Small and angry. "And what about me?" he asked. "With all due respect, I could not ask for your blessing," Ryder said, simply and without a trace of hesitation. "Why the hell not?" her father barked. "Because if you said no, I would have proposed to her anyway. Asking you for her hand would have been an empty gesture, if not a futile one. No one can be honored by insincerity." "You think I would refuse you?" It wasn't a question. They all knew exactly why he'd say no. What Zoe couldn't figure out was why no one was saying it, or how her parents had found her there. "Mom, Dad, what are you doing here?" she asked. Her mother's expression hinted at a smile. "Maybe you should ask is he your fiancé now?" "I've been wondering that myself," Ryder said with bemusement. "Please, excuse us," she said to her parents, then dragged Ryder from the room to the terrace outside. When she was satisfied they were alone, she spun to face him. "Are you crazy?" He grinned. "Yes." She could only stare. "But my father..." "His hands are tied, even more so when he opens that envelope." Zoe glanced toward her parents, surprised to find they appeared to be lost in conversation rather than watching her. "Why? What's inside?" "A check for the amount he gave me 10 years ago, plus interest. And you think that will mollify him? He smiled, melted her. If it doesn't, we'll handle it together. If, of course, you accept my proposal. Her gaze tracked from Ryder to her father and back again. Did you fly him in? Yes, although I didn't expect him to bring Senator Randall. But if he wants to share his suite, I guess I can be accommodating. He took her hand. I don't halfway do anything, Zoe, and I wasn't going to leave you to fight this one alone. One way or another, it was going to be over before you went back to D.C. I admit I want his approval for your sake, but my love for you transcends that. If he refused me, there's no way I'd stand down. I love harder than that. So the question remains, Princess. If you still want to go home, I understand. But I hope like hell you'll stay and marry me. Despite the fact that she had melted into a puddle of goo, she managed to find her voice. How could I say no to a man with a horse's ass tattooed on his arm? Of course I'll marry you. He slid the ring on her finger and shook his head, a slight grin shaping his lips. If that was all it was going to take, I could have used that information a long time ago. But now that you mention it, I'm not going to get a matching horse's ass. We'll see. I could always tie you down. The sound of a throat clearing put a quick end to his words. Her father stood a few feet away. Well, Zoe's mother rushed out after him. Have you no concept of boundaries? This involves me. No, it doesn't, Zoe said. Edgar ignored her, speaking instead to Ryder. I didn't approve of the kid you were then, but any man who can take what little you had and make something of it deserves respect. Not for the fortune you've earned, but for the integrity you've shown in earning it. I won't apologize for what I thought then, but today I give you more than my approval. I give you my daughter. Zoe was on the verge of telling him she wasn't his to give. Last time he tried that, she'd been given to Senator Selfie. But before she could open her mouth, Ryder and her father were shaking hands, and her mother, crying, had pulled her into a hug. There's no way Daddy came around that easily, Zoe muttered in her mother's ear. He had a little help. I hate to say it, but a private jet and the guest list did a lot of the convincing, and the check and the press coverage did the rest. I'm just glad his ego opened the door. The rest will come. It was enough. Anything was. She had Ryder. She needed nothing else. Epilogue. Zoe looked up as Ryder entered the cabana. Where have you been? Miami. She rolled her eyes. There needs to be a thing where you tell me when you leave the country. Technically, I'm a private landowner, not my own country. He leaned down to kiss her, and it was a surprise. Life with him was nothing but surprises. After Chloe's article hit the papers, their story had exploded. She hadn't expected her engagement to Ryder to be the story that distracted the world from Todd's selfie philandering, but when a ridiculously handsome young billionaire reunited with and proposed to his high school crush, word got out in a big way. Diane Sawyer big. Zoe and Ryder had done the interview together, which had given her the opportunity to explain that she'd never been in love with Todd. Theirs had been a relationship of convenience, certainly not unheard of, especially in politics, and he'd done her a favor by cheating and giving her a reason to break free of the D.C. bubble. But in doing so, she hadn't given up everything. She was still an attorney, now for Latitude 13, as well as a consultant for a number of Ryder's other holdings. Their whirlwind romance hadn't been a hard sell, considering Ryder hadn't been solidly linked to another woman since he made his fortune. But Zoe hadn't needed the public's support. She had his. And a part-time gig leading snorkeling tours. She'd also called dibs on teaching the resort's youngest guests the finer points of mini-golf once Latitude 13's new course was completed. But in the meantime, she helped Aggie manage the staff. Ever since Zoe and Ryder's story had hit the news, The resort had been booked solid, now many months in advance. The final piece had fallen into place when her father sent documentation fully rescinding the contract he'd had Ryder sign all those years ago. Her dad still wasn't happy, but it was a step. It was enough. Ryder, however, she could never get enough of. She dragged him down by the collar mid-kiss before he could get away. She still couldn't believe how perfectly they fit together, even on a sofa that wasn't quite long enough for his frame. He landed on top of her and settled between her thighs, his jeans deliciously rough against her bare skin. "This is convenient," he said, running his palm along her leg until he caught up with her shirt hem. "Naked under here?" "Bikini." He grinned and dove in, kissing her neck. "Close enough." She grinned and held on, dragging him closer. "You think I sit around here naked?" "I would love that." She laughed. "I should probably have some greater purpose." "You can be anything you want to be, baby, but I hope you'll always want to be a little bit of this." He kissed her, slowly, sweetly, thoroughly. "I think I want a whole lot of this." His wandering hands had her arching against him. She grabbed his bicep and felt... Paper? What? "Oh, yeah." He sat back, wincing. "A little matter of where I was this morning." He tugged his t-shirt over his head and peeled off the bandage on his upper arm. "I'm a mere horse's ass no more." "That might be debatable," Zoe said. She peered at his arm. "You finished the tattoo? I thought you..." "Yeah, still true," he said with a touch of chagrin. "But it's amazing what you'll put yourself through for love. I'm just glad your parents didn't give you a longer name." Zoe laughed. Then his words registered. She looked again, and there, right next to the Cupid-type archer, who now boasted the horse's ass, was her name. It was official. He was hers. In permanent ink. This concludes One Night with the Billionaire by Sarah Ballance. Narrated by Lily Drake. Copyright 2015 by Sarah Ballance. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Entangled Publishing, LLC, and was produced in the year 2022 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.